Hey, Blythe. What up? You have ads? Oh, just wait, I'm gonna start some more ads. How are you? I'm doing okay. Had a little trouble sleeping, but overall I'm doing alright. How about you? Anything fun happening? Did you get your new headphones? Getting better at Minecraft? I mean, that's something. So you got them last Saturday? Well, I've only had a chance to talk to you once since then. But what do you think so far? Is it worth it? Hey, Laveau. Fox Stream. Dragon Chat. Why are you dragging? I thought you liked that. Nothing wrong with drag, as long as you like it. Hey, Arctic Wolf. Like dragging others around and throwing them? Like, you like ragdolling them? Hi! How's your week going, Laveau? How'd the job interview go? Have you heard back yet? Week's going pretty well, all told. Didn't get the job that... Aww! Boo hiss. Did you breathe fire on their desk afterward? Is what it is. Retail's retail. Find something through. Well, they missed out on having free dragon protection for their store. Hey, Laveau. Hey, Aria. Rel. Gonna be banned from the store. They can't keep a dragon out of the store. Curious to why this month is Kongetsu rather than Kongatsu. Another reason outside my level? No worries, I can explain that in just a moment. We're just about to get started. They can't, but I try to keep good relations with the villagers. Makes life easier. Yeah, that's true. If you're burninating the countryside, it causes a little bit of tension in the community. I don't have an uppies emote. I'm no Trogdor, I'm a gentle giant. I don't have a big muscly arm growing from my back. Well, see, that's probably why you didn't get the job. Hard to say no to a big muscly arm from the back of your head. Part of the reason why that might be hard is because big muscly arms don't have ears. Crowy, hey, konbanwa. Yeah, why don't we get started, actually, since there's a bunch of people here already. Hey, everybody. It is Wednesday, March 27th, 2024. Is that hump day, middle week? We've all got all that stuff coming. So, how are you? Doing pretty well. Stream's a little bit late today because I had my first speech therapy class. Or not class, I guess I should just say a one-on-one session, but still, it's something that I'm trying to work on, something I'm getting some pointers with. By the way, my speech therapy doctor, her voice is very pretty, so it's a goal. Super Bola, what are we learning today? Well, as always, it's just going to be just a little bit of what everybody wants, so we already have a question on there. Look at that, Fox, on my screen right here. Wow. I'm so happy to see this information. Your voice is pretty. Could be better, though. So she's given me some things to work on, some exercises. And that's why I'm drinking only water today, because she says I need more hydration. Can't wait to hear where your voice comes from here. Voice is pretty? Yeah, but I want my voice to be like Disney princess melodic. I want it to be like singing to the birds. I want to be able to sing. I can't really sing in this voice because my normal instinct is to sing lower. It already sounds amazing, and I'm excited to see it get even more amazing. Silly dragon, you can't see a voice. But I get it, I get it. Here, why don't we change the music so we have something that's a little bit less distracting. How about that? Growly girls can be hot? Oh, sure. I mean, I've heard a lot of people say that they want to basically be mauled by Luna from Hell of a Boss, but that's not me. You don't know dragon biology. You can't prove anything. You don't know me. Yeah, I don't want to be a husky girl, though. Like, I'm totally a Disney princess by demeanor. So that's what I want to be. I want to be where the people are. But, thanks for being here today. Wednesday. First question. Actually, why don't we do the date first? We'll do our normal date thing. Sorry if I'm repeating stuff a lot. I'm trying to sort of like be mindful of a bunch of things that I've been told to be mindful of. You sound like a Disney princess already to me. Thank you. Thank you. But I still have more room for improvement. So, first of all, also let me know if the sound effect gets a little bit annoying, because I know nature freaks some people out. So today is America no Hizuke wa 2024年3月27日水曜日です。アメリカの日付は2024年3月27日水曜日。Right? So, oh wait, I'm not supposed to do that. One of the things I was told for my voice training is don't clear your throat a lot, as little as possible, because you're taking the vocal cords and kind of like slamming them together, which is really bad for them. So instead, I should wallow, do a little bit of humming. Please share with the stream. Where did you even put it? All right. Thank you for going the extra mile for that. I'll share the picture. Your gaming PC is working now? What was wrong with it? What happened? What went wrong? Are there different words for throat or neck? Yes. So let me get you... Alright, we'll tackle these in order. First of all, picture I was just sent. Well, sent in the sense that it is basically in my server. Thank you, Aria. Hired a dude to look at it and he told me that I put the wires in the wrong place. Yeah, that'll do it. Was it like power cables and stuff? You could have... We have a tech support section in Discord. You could have taken pictures of stuff and I could have pointed it out. I probably built about 20 different computers over the years. So, thank you, Aria. Very cute. Most important, there's a little bit of boob cleavage there. A little bit right there. So thank you. God, yes. I've had a Discord for like 4 years. I mixed it up. It's okay. I'm just happy to have it working. It's my first time building a PC. First time's always a little tough because things like securing the heatsink and fan array down to the motherboard. You're like, I'm gonna snap this thing in two if I push too hard. Or where do all these wires go? Which one goes where? Which one goes which way? I've had a Discord since probably late 2019. Well, so often the biggest problem for people is getting the case lights and buttons connected because those wires are really fiddly. So that's usually what they have problems with. And then after that is figuring out where all the wires from the power supply go to your video card, to your motherboard, to your motherboard again, and stuff like that. Yeah, case wires. Yeah. Often that's the problem. So, let me address the questions as they've been asked so far. First of all, Arctic Wolf said, what's the difference when you say this month? The word this month, I know it's 2 words in English. Hongetsu versus when we talk about March, it's sangatsu. And so the question is, if it's the same kanji, why are we not pronouncing them the same? And the key there is actually something that's very interesting, a little bit frustrating about Japanese, but there's a reason for it, and I'll tell you. The reason is... I feel like I'm having to shout over the bugs. The reason for that is that different readings of kanji denote different meanings. So the reason they separate getsu versus gatsu versus tsuki, the word for moon, is to denote what nuances of those words. So tsuki is the moon itself. Luna, not my cat, Luna is the name for the moon. I know we always just call it the moon. It does have a name. The name is Luna. Just like the sun has a name, and it is Sol. So when you use gatsu, specifically they're talking about months. So gatsu is the special pronunciation of this. Hey, off. I have a small plate of rotisserie chicken. My cat was trying to sneakily get close and grab a piece. So the gatsu pronunciation is denoting that it's a month, whereas getsu is talking about month-related things. Throat versus neck. And then other question is nandakse. Alright, we'll address these in order. My favorite aspect of Japanese that it was retrofitted with Chinese characters, spoken language always comes first. It's not retrofitted, it's sort of adapted, though. I know what you mean, though. So, Chinese came first. Japanese is a younger civilization and culture. And basically, they didn't have a writing system. And so they're like, okay, well, this is how it's pronounced in Chinese, which it's not. The quote-unquote Chinese pronunciation of characters is always slightly different. But they had no writing system to accommodate the grammar of Japanese, and so the writing system had to be created in order for that to work. Oh yeah, I always feed the cats. They still bother me and still try to steal my food. So does that answer your question, Arctic Wolf? So gatsu is like month-related stuff. Like how many months is this? What's the duration in months? This month, next month, last month? Getsu. So getsu gives us month durations. Gatsu gives us calendar months. And tsuki is the moon itself. Or any moon, I guess. Moon-based calendar? Asian cultures have been doing this forever, which is why the Lunar New Year, or Chinese New Year, as it's often called, that's why the date keeps moving around, because it has to be synced up with moon phases. And why, if you look at the sort of Chinese calendar, it's the year like 4,500 or something, because of course they go through their calendar a little bit faster than we do based on our solar Gregorian calendar. So after long enough, the years get a little bit desynced. So you said that you knew the word kubi, which is indeed neck, and we've talked about how there's other parts of the body that are also kind of necks. Like te is your hand, but then your wrist is your tekubi. It's the neck of your hand. And it's like, okay, it's a little weird, but it makes sense. Yeah, there's three common necks that I make reference to in class. One of them is your wrist, your tekubi, one of them is your ankle, your ashikubi, literally hand neck, leg neck, and everybody's favorite, struggling with the keyboard and refiguring out numbers for a while. I think I managed March 27th, getting somewhere. 3月27日. Don't forget the day, nichi, at the end. Maybe one day I'll be able to write out that whole date sentence with ease. Well, I mean, that's kind of why I do this. America, date, subject line, and then the full year goes from here to here. 2010 for 2020, 4 on the yo, then 2024 year, 3月 for March, 27日, the 27th day. Without the word nichi on here, all you're saying is 27. And then the last part is suiyobi, meaning Wednesday. I know it's different for you in the UK, so it would be actually the 28th for you. 28日, the 28th day. Mokuyobi for Thursday. Sorry, I reverted back to talking about the date. Everyone's favorite, here's the third very common neck that we talk about. The chikubi, which is, of course, the nipple. Makes sense. Your wrist is the neck of your hand. The ankle is the wrist of your leg. So the nipple is the neck of the breast. Boob neck. Leg neck. And hand neck. I did not create this language. Just letting you know, just before I get accused of saying, well, yeah, that's totally something you'd say. Like, that's... In the case of the throat, because neck and throat are very different, the word for throat is nodo. That's awesome. I told you, everyone's favorite. Everyone loves this little fact. I've had one or two students who only attended one class, but I taught them this, and they were apparently like, that's like their favorite fact about Japanese. Right there. Part of the reason why this throat word is so important, in addition to like my throat hurts or I have a sore throat or something, is we talk about I'm hungry and talk about I'm thirsty. These actually involve the body parts, or we can say this. So the phrase or word for hungry is onaka, which is your stomach. Onaka ga tsuita. Onaka, which is your stomach, ga suita, which means emptied. I'm hungry literally means my stomach has emptied. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Whereas I'm thirsty, the phrase is nodo ga kawaita. From the verb kawaku, to dry up. So, I mean, in English, very direct. I'm hungry. Word only has basically one meaning, unless you talk about being like emotionally hungry or starved, or being thirsty for somebody's butt. Like, otherwise it's pretty straightforward about what you mean, but Japanese is very straightforward as you saying it. My stomach has emptied. Give me food. My throat has dried. I'm thirsty. Any questions so far? Always saw hungry but never thirsty, yeah. Well, I mean, hungry comes up a lot more, especially in like anime and stuff. Because like, oh, that's gonna move the plot on. I'm hungry. Well, we have to go find a town or something. Whereas thirsty is just assume that people are gonna go like bring their own water or something. So I think the only current outstanding question we have right here, nandakse. Probably more nandakso or something like that. Or nandakore. So I don't know about kusei. More commonly, nandakore. What is this? Gonna have a little bit of a tone of incredulity or like demanding an answer. Nanda kore? What the heck is this? You don't like boob-ris? You boob neck? I think everyone else seems to like it. Nandakso. This kuso literally means crap. What? Crap. Slightly concerned for all of your mental stability. I mean, the world's a tough place to live in. Kind of just goes part and parcel with teaching, making content on the internet. What machine are we talking about? Oh, the Gladiator. This one. Yeah, that's what I need. Oof. You thought it? See? And that's why when people ask me, oh, can I just watch anime and learn Japanese from that? No, because you are completely at the Hey, Evie. You can't learn Japanese from anime because you are completely at the mercy of the subtitlers, who are often doing a very loose translation. So no. So literally means poop, excrement. Does it mean that? No. Does it mean F word? No. In English, people might say that in the same place, which is why you can't learn from anime. You can use it as a study material, you can use it as practice for reading, writing, listening. But if you literally try to get your knowledge from anime, you're going to be misled and you're not going to understand. So as much as it's disappointing to tell people you can't do that, you can't do that. It doesn't work. So, no, that is incorrect, as well as the jelly donut incident. Jelly donut incident should be kind of concerning for people. Because it's like, well, subtitles saying that, I totally believe it. And then you have misinformation. Fortunately, I think a lot of people are smarter than that just to take it at face value. But because of exactly that misunderstanding that Crowe had of, well, subtitles said that, so this must equal that, and I see it enough. Yeah, because, oh, look, estrogen pill. Because not everyone has the same philosophy of translating. As somebody who has been a professional translator, you can take it literally, you can take it figuratively, and replace almost all of it with what a native person would say in that language instead of what the Japanese said. Or you can try to be as close as you can to something in the middle. Oh, I should take my pills before not too long. I might need to step away for 30 seconds. Fortunately, it's not about someone filling a donut with jelly. It was talking about donuts. I love the ones filled with jelly. You didn't learn it from anime? Okay, where did you learn it from then? And where are we going from here? Who's serious about studying today? I will guide you through something. You learn it from a Japanese speaker? I'm...
どうも、こんばんは。
Hey, Andre. So, the difference between saying the S word and saying the F word is negligible in English, which is why some people think, oh, they're basically interchangeable. But when you have a word, so the meaning of the S word and the F word are very different. Are they used in the same situations? Yes. So functionally, they are interchangeable when you're using just the meaning of the expression. But they are not interchangeable when you're talking about what does the word actually mean. So you can't use the F word to talk about pooping, and you can't use the S word, I hope not, S word to talk about having intimate relations with someone. I really hope not. I know there's a whole thing about German whatever. Like, we're not talking about that. So if you're merely using it as an exclamation, as an interjection, to be like, oh no, this is bad, then yes, they are interchangeable. But as far as the literal meaning of the word, they're nothing alike. Nani becoming nanda, different words. Nani is just the word what. Da, des, it is. What is it? Is really what you're saying when you say nanda. What is it? Versus just what? Again, different. Hi there, I'm here. Sorry I'm late. Lost power at my house for 4 hours. Blah. Yep, I've had that happen. I had my power go off for about 6 hours, during which time I was reading a book by candlelight to show you how bad it was affecting me. And then, more recently, I had my internet go out for almost 24 hours, and that was also really frustrating. So, I get it. I'm glad the power's back. Apparently Google's not helpful for learning what the S word means, because there's so many different words that can replace that. I'm okay, but I did run into a door in pitch black. Your phone has a light on it, I assume. Or my mom and I were walking around with candles in the dark. So, right, lesson. What do people want to learn? Who is up to learn stuff? I know last lesson on Monday was a bit grammar heavy, because we're basically talking about all of the verb forms that you use sort of in everyday conversation. But if there's other things people want to work on, why did it not, I could swear that I pinned that. Oh, I think I forgot to tell it to stick around until the end of stream. Thank you for doing that so that I noticed. If you want to study, you're always welcome to. You're here enough. But you do have to put in the time. Crowy says, can we learn basic phrases like how are you, what are you up to, and things like that, plus answer those? Sure thing. Very true. Maybe a list of common or basic vocabulary. Yep, can do that too. Those are more or less the same kind of question, like give us basic things that we might need to say. So I'm totally down for that. I am DTT. I am down to teach. I'll not say basic. I don't want to be demeaning of basic. Useful. Hit point. Welcome back. Burb, going to get a notepad and pen? I mean, if you really like writing, you can always take a copy of my Google Notes afterward. But for some people, I understand that it is a process, so it's not just having notes, but sometimes the act of taking notes can help you learn. Ready to soak up knowledge? Hit point is a knowledge sponge today, and I love it. Glad to hear it. I know I'm here a lot, but a lot of time I'm here working on things and devoting approximately 5% of my brain to the stream. Yeah, but you only use 10% of your brain overall, so you're giving me half of it. That's pretty good. That's a myth, by the way. The only using 10% of your brain thing is a myth. Take notes and study them, but I forget them when not having places to practice using them often. Time for you to start using them. Which is why it's also really helpful to make friends that you can practice with. Which is why, part of the reason why I want to have a bigger class in here eventually, so that at some point people were like practicing with each other, study buddies, study partners and stuff. So, konbanwa. Oh, I guess it is konbanwa. Usually my cutoff for konbanwa is about 5 p.m. and it's 5 p.m. here, so. I believe we're written as 10% of your neurons are actively firing at any instant in time. The way it was phrased and the way a lot of people misunderstand it is that you're only using 10% overall area of the brain and the rest of it's unused, which is untrue. And even the 10% firing at once is also untrue. It depends on what kind of activity. Are you doing something that involves language and speech and music and physical coordination? If you're doing something that uses all of those, you will have way more than 10% of your brain going off at once. So if you're thinking fast, have to be on your feet, you're ready for danger, while you're also singing a song in another language, like your brain will probably be well over 10%. Yeah, West Coast, best coast. Yeah. Hey, Nikki. I've never taken any notes during school or any study because I know I won't look at them. But that's kind of what I was saying, though. Sometimes not the notes, because if you don't look at them, and I'm also not really a person who likes collecting notes because my handwriting is atrocious. It makes me feel bad when I look at it. But, as I was saying, sometimes the act of taking them, and you can kind of remember that, it might imprint a little bit more in your brain. Hey, Nine, just popping in saying hi, and now where are you off to? We're just getting started. Hey, physical coordination, Aria. That's important for doing that. As well as emotions. I hope you say something during sex, because it's not just silent or grunting. Hope there's a little bit of articulation there. I'm out at the moment, be back in about half an hour. Alright, we can wait half an hour. So wait for me to join the Discord. I have a few questions, a lot, but I have to wait until the next time you stream. Plus over the weekend I study a lot more and I'm not even a lot of questions. I'm glad to hear that you study a lot. I'm not in charge of this because unfortunately I made some bad decisions by letting people in who I thought were like reasonably invested in the lesson, and then they got into the Discord server and then basically like wrecked the place up a lot by putting inappropriate things and cursing and getting into fights with people, so then they had to be booted out. And basically Foxes said, well, no, you can't do that anymore. So you're going to have to talk to Fox's head of security. You can join the Discord. The link is below the stream, but you'll have to wait for final approval from Fox's. I told them that I wasn't going to do that anymore. Because you've been here a lot, but I've also been bapped a lot on the snoot for letting too many people in. Because I'm a softie. And I let people in, give them the benefit of the doubt, and then they betray me. So, playing an RTS game takes more time because you have concentration, because you have strategy, because you have to read a lot of stuff in the middle. Gohan taberaremasu. You can eat food? I hope you can eat food. Food's important. Logical processes? I mean, if you go on autopilot, sure. But that's not how I do it. You forgot the O, but it also gets often omitted when native Japanese people speak, so don't worry about it. I don't know why I imagined that your handwriting was nothing but perfect, because you have the Disney princess image of me, which I'm totally trying to cultivate, but at the same time my handwriting is pretty crap. But thank you. got it. I'll consult with Foxes later on after the stream. You can just go ahead and join and she'll see that. So go ahead and click the Discord link below the stream, and then you'll sort of get put into I guess it's a quarantine area for the Discord, and you'll be let in when she notices it. You sound like somebody who's never had sex before. Which, no shame if you haven't, for people who are trying to wait, but don't copy my notes on that. Go figure it out yourself. How to differentiate Gohan food and Gohan rice? So the difference between those is basically non-existent. It has to be explained, although there is a difference. Here of rice that is uncooked is a different word. So we call it Gohan, which some of you Dragon Ball fans may recognize. Gohan is indeed just rice. But when it's uncooked, it's called kome. So, as with that rule, Nikki, yeah, I do tend to tell people that they should be using ga, but it's one of those rules that's kind of loose, so native speakers will also use that, so it's good to know, don't get me wrong, it's definitely good to know the correct way, and that's what I try to teach in this class. Learn the correct way before you start breaking the rules. You don't see a link? So we got the stream here, and you should see a picture of my profile pic with my name. And if you keep going to the right, there should be a word that says Discord. You've never had a partner? That doesn't stop people from having sex. I told you it was there. I set it up. Believe it or not, a lot of people have sex with people that are not their partners. Either a hookup or sex work, casual flings, friends with benefits, all those things, not a partner. YouTube subscribe, look below that. I'm not saying you have to. But the question came up of how do you do it? Little Kitsu trivia. First time I did it, I think I was 18. But it is perfectly fine to wait. No rush, especially with how weird socializing has become. I did it in high school. Hoping to get into the Japanese animation industry in Japan one day. That's gonna be tough. It is a little difficult to get into. If you want to get into manga, if you want to get into anime, unfortunately, a lot of industries in Japan are very closed off to non-native speakers. Trying to see. Yeah, unfortunately, my window is in a different mode. So... Kome ga taberaremasu. Nikki was saying take the O direct object and replace it with ga. Sorry, I was opening a window seeing if I'd find my stream, but the way I have my Twitch window set up is that it automatically snaps me into moderator mode. But you could find somebody to do that with. It's not illegal. But in my experience, a lot of people who are introverts and somewhat socially anxious may have a harder time finding people like that. Not ka. Ga. Ga taberaremasu. I was going to say you could also do this. Oh, it doesn't come up anymore. Ah, bot. Bot. Don't want to do it just to do it? And that is a choice that people have to make. I actually ended up doing with a friend of mine. Where's the question? I have to scroll back now. How are you? What are you up to? Common basic vocabulary. Okay. Go ahead and start suggesting some. Well, see, now you have kome ga taberarerumasu. So you have the base form unconjugated, and then you also tacked on the conjugation ending. So you can't do both. So pick one. Taberareru or taberaremasu. Hey, spreadsheet, good morning. Thank you. I think I do a pretty good job of that. You're being surprisingly sharing with this information. I guess social taboo around here. Because America in general is basically very puritanical in its views. Guess what? In other countries, they're more open with that. Latin American countries, a lot of European countries, in France and Italy and Spain, they're like, oh yeah, I have sex all the time. And it's like, it's only in America where we're taught to feel shame over our bodies and shame about doing it or talking about it, that it's some dirty secret, when it shouldn't be. You should be happy. You should be proud of doing these things. Furry community as well is very open in general from what I've seen. A little bit too open sometimes, but you know. You know there's kind of a problem when furry events have to specifically stipulate you may not have sex in public. Like, I like that people are open. We also shouldn't break any laws regarding that. Greece is celebrated as it should be. I'm not joking either. Every FurCon has to have rules about minimum dress code, and other events are like, yes, this is the the 18 plus furry event. By the way, you may not have sex with people in this event. College life is a bit different in America, you'd be surprised. Believe it or not, Arya, I also went to college. And one of the dorms in our college used to be very big on nudity and nudism. And they would have nude hot tub parties in the central quad of their dorm. So you think it's different in college, and yet it's not. Measured my chest last night. There's 4 inches of difference. I'm going to confirm by getting a proper tape rather than string, putting that up against a construction style measuring tape. 4 inches. I mean, 4 inches is about where I am with my boobs and my boob inserts on top of that. So you're already surpassed me. What does Bosoto? Do you have context on that? Hey, Blader. Otherwise, if that's the whole word, like Bosoto, a lot of the something smaltsuto is an adverb kind of talking about kind of motion, usually. How are you? O genki desu ka? I'll just think. Okay, I'm very tired of typing it out. Genki. Genki, kanji here meaning original energy, meaning like peak energy 100%, feeling 100%. So this means like being super energetic, or it can mean just being in good health. 4 inches around? Oh, okay, I'm talking about 4 inches off the chest. Alexia, hello. O genki desu ka? So you didn't put the polite o, which, as you've seen with a lot of Japanese, polite, and then there's like different layers of it, and you can drop the o. It's less polite, but you can do that if you're talking to friends. If you're talking to a relative stranger, a classmate you're not super close with, a coworker, something like that who you're not close with, you should use the O. There. Underbust was 40 from the nipple. Oh, from the nipple all the way around. Okay, 4 inches around. Okay, so you probably have like an extra 2 inches then, which again is about where I am. Absent-mindedly. Well, probably botto suru, similar to that, talking about like blanking out. Not that O, this O right here, just the letter O. So in front of a lot of words, especially when you're talking to other people, we add O genki desu ka? Because it's more polite to ask that way. It's removed when you're talking to friends and family. There you go. O genki desu ka? I'm gonna get a fabric measuring tape different, use that and see if it's any different. I mean, string should basically be the same. The fabric measuring tape is going to be a softer material, because when you use like a hardware measuring tape, it doesn't bend very well. Yeah, the bo to suru here, to space out like bo. It's like when the TV like signal goes on, it goes beep. Kind of the same thing. Just except it's a person going oh. Except now it's a verb. This is not the only phrase that you'll hear for this, but this is the most common at the beginner stage. O genki desu ka? Later we can learn more variations on that, so you're not always asking the same thing. Actually, I could just teach you now. But this is the most useful and most common one. So this one's closer to sort of like, are you well? Whereas when we do this one, it's like, choushi wa dou? Choushi wa dou desu ka? That's more of a how are you feeling? You're going to get additional extra measurement out of it because it doesn't bend, you're going to get some weird corners in it. It's an onomatopoeia, correct? Gonna wear my skirt shopping too. Still nervous about the more I do it, the better it'll get. Yeah. I wore my Mary Foxmas sweater. I had to get some blood work done to measure my levels for HRT, and then I had my speech therapy afterward, which was very cool. And I hope that we will have some hope I'll see a lot of good progress there. You'd wear skirts for... Are you going to wear skirts, Arya? Because skirts are cute. If that's something you want to wear at some point, you might want to start sort of breaking them in. I'm trying to look for a very particular picture, although it might be faster if I just hold it up again. Not to sound like Egg, but I totally wear a skirt. Are you still an Egg? I thought you had already sort of crossed that bridge. Are you busy? No, go ahead. I will address the questions as we get there. I'm just trying to find a picture of my sweater that I wore today. I enjoy skirts, and when I get these tits off my chest, I'm going to wear crop tops. Sorry for the crude wordplay, but technically you're trying to crop your tits off and get a real crop top. Sorry, I couldn't resist. You basically teed that one up for me. Once I crop my top, I'm gonna wear a crop top. Oh, I could have just checked it in the search. That would have been easier. I've also heard Saikin wa dou? Yeah, sort of more of like, how have you been lately? Saikin wa dou desu ka? How have you been lately? Kind of thing, for sure. I don't know. Trademark by Apple. I don't think about it too hard. Feel at best I'm at least self-conscious to a degree, but do you want to do anything about it? Is this something where it's like, this would make me happy, but I don't know if that's for me? Or do I want to try it, but I'm worried about what other people think? Like, you have to sort of think about this and then decide whether you're going to do it or not. Oh yeah, here's my sweater. For those of you who haven't seen it. This is a sweater that I got for my... We had an ugly sweater contest at work. So I'm like, I don't wear sweaters and I don't have any fox sweaters. So I went and found this and like, this is perfect. This sweater is so me. Plus all the brown fur on here, soft. You can go up and then the little scarf is a separate piece. So he's got a little flappy scarf. Or they do, I don't know. I don't know the gender of this fox, but yes. 手伝っていただけませんか? Oh, I must have missed the original question. Let's see. Cookie, banana, cookie. Eat the banana first, eat your fruit first. It's on the bucket list of things to figure out about myself once life settles down a bit. Yeah, but life happens in between projects and during projects, so why don't you think about it? You've got computing power. You can spare a little bit to how you might want to think about that. Excuse me. How would I say would you be willing to assist me? Yep, that'll work. The verb tetsudau, to help. Would you be willing to assist? Well, I mean, more commonly, because just like, could you help me? Tetsudatte itadakemasen ka? Which is a more polite version of that. For me, I started my journey as non-binary. After a year, I just wanted to be more feminine. Now I'm honestly leaning more towards she, her than they, them. It's, I think, from my experience, it's a very common thing to try to find some sort of middle transitionary ground, so to speak. Like if you think you're gay, you might say, well, I'm bi. I think almost every gay person I've talked to has gone through a bi phase, where they're like, oh, this is more comfortable here before I go all the way over here. Same thing for going to from cis to trans, often you may go through a non-binary phase in the middle to sort of like transition your way across, so to speak. I do know one thing so far, I'm far more into feminine boys than muscly ones. Yep. That'll work. It's always by from way back when I first started my sexuality journey. Are you done? Is there more discovery on that? How much of a journey is it if it's like, well, I started here and then I ended right there because I didn't make any changes? It's a very short journey. So this one's more polite. We could do a version where it's more casual. Tetsudate kureru. This is more for friends. Friends and family. Tetsudate. Small tsu. Hit point. So this character is not the same as this character. So you see this one's 80% is the size of this one. This is full size. This is a small tsu. So in this case, we're using kureru, which is on one hand, different direction. Could you please give help to me? Versus this one where it's like, the helping, can I please request and receive it from you? Onji, yes. Totally obsessed with femboys. They're like super cute and confident, you know? Love their style and attitude, like totally slaying it. I don't know why people bother asking Wolf anything. Um... Again, why do you bother asking him anything? You basically get abuse. If that's what you want, that's what you'll get. I guess you're not disappointed. What are you up to? Nani o shite imasu ka? Nani, what? Direct object, what activity? Shite imasu ka? Present progressive. So we take the verb do and stretch it out into present progressive. All right? Again, let me repeat, I don't know why people enjoy doing that. Maybe some people are masochists. Maybe they like people abusing them. I don't know. It seems something like I don't get it. Alright, I'm gonna keep teaching, but maybe tone it down a little bit on all that, because chat is currently all Wolf GPT questions. I mean, you could probably also get the same response by just saying no. 何をしていますか? Let's just pretend Wolf doesn't exist today. Yeah, like I do every stream. I don't particularly like Wolfbot, but Foxes enjoys it, so he stays. Drumsticks? I do like drumsticks, especially when they have that layer of caramel. Ooh. No one said that? I think you're hearing what you want to hear. Just writing down notes and working on a project, and all here's masochist and like... Yeah, again, you are hearing and reading what you want to. So, double checking hit point. In order to get the small tsu here, you don't need to go type it out specifically. So let me show you how to do this. To type the word tetsudatte, in Romaji we're going to do this. Tetsudatte. The key is right here. When you double up the consonant, because the last letter is te, so I type 2 T's, and the small tsu will just automatically appear in that spot. I mean, if you were to read tetsudatte in Romaji, you would automatically put a small pause here anytime you see a double letter, so it's the same kind of concept there. Does that make sense? Tatsuo, are you referring to Akira? A little bit of a hot take here. I don't think Akira's that good. I know it's got historical significance. Akira was one of the first, like, feature film anime. I think the plot is confusing as heck and doesn't explain anything. Your doctor's name you're seeing next week. Your doctor's Japanese? Yeah, Tatsuo is also one of the main protagonists of the movie Akira. Tatsuo. Same thing with every Japanese word or name, is you divide it up after the vowels. Word blanked for a second. Oh wait, that's Tetsuo. That's right. Sorry. Different name. My bad. But close enough that it triggered that synapse firing. Right, other phrases that you might want to say? Yeah. Tatsuo. Tatsuo. Although if he is Japanese, you'd probably feel more comfortable with last name plus title. Whatever his last name is plus sensei. Might be impressed. I also can't wait to try recipes from both the Bluey and Studio Ghibli cookbooks I'm borrowing from the library. You have that at the library? I'm a little jealous. Did not know they had that. I kind of want to check the library now. So Dr. Nagashima, definitely Japanese. Yeah, Nagai is long. Shima means island. Long Island, not New York. Otearai wa doko desu ka? Sure. Where is the restroom? Otearai wa doko desu ka? So this is actually a very polite way to do it because we're saying, where is the hand washing place? As opposed to some people who like to say, where's the crapper? Like, nice. Very subtle. Yeah, you can use toire, which is actually one of the most common words, toire. But tearai is actually more polite. Gloria's food? Yeah, they talk about food a lot. They talk about making pavlovas, they talk about making fruit salad or omelets, stuff like that. Just an Australian cookbook, yes. I was today years old when I learned that there's a music artist named Bluey. Otearai wa doko desu ka? Yeah, so toire is the most like general and common way to say this. This is more polite. In fact, we can even go even more polite if you go with, instead of terai, the senmenjo. This is even more polite because instead of saying the hand washing place, we're saying the face washing place. It's even more. You see Fox's new model? Yes, I see all of these things before she debuts them because we talk about this and she asks my opinion on parts. And I see pictures and give suggestions on how to change things. So yes, I have definitely seen it. The plays band was in a band and he was the lead singer. I don't think it's this person though. McCormick, I know that's his last name. Horseshoe Toire. Yeah, you could. Hopefully it doesn't come to that though. Oh. Gross. Oh. Another estrogen pill. All right, so what else do we want for our list? So far we have how are you, what are you, maybe ask what their name is. That might be a good one to have in here. You're on the welcome mat? Yes, you're on the welcome mat until Foxes sees that. And I think she's still streaming, so... You'd be surprised, though, because sometimes voice actors have a very particular voice they do for a game or a cartoon, and then they don't sound like that for their normal voice. So if you look for, what's that called? Cameo. There's a website called Cameo where celebrities often basically put themselves up for hire to like record either an audio or a video of them saying things. And so I went to like Overwatch to listen to the characters that are on there, and half of them don't sound like that when they're just saying, hey, it's me, I play this character. And then they get into character and put their voice on, and it's like, oh, okay, now you sound like them. So, what is your name? I used to want to be a voice actor. Same. Problem, it's a very, very competitive industry, because who doesn't want to be in a video game and to just basically get paid, in some cases, hundreds of dollars an hour to be a professional voice actor? Does that not sound good?
It's been a minute. Don't forget to drink some water.
I just had a sip, but I am
posture.
supposed to be hydrating.
Your health
so
comes first.
Namae desu ka? That's more like, is this your name? Again, polite o, because you're asking a stranger. O namae wa nan desu ka? Namae, which is a kind of a cognate. Name and namae, it almost sounds like the same word, even though it's weird linguistic parallel evolution. Name and namae, just out of nowhere, just kind of became a thing. O namae, your name, wa nan desu ka? What is it? Nan te yobeba ii desu ka? Little bit more complicated version. Why have I been pinged like 20 times? I don't know if people are scratching at the door in the Discord. With people also talking about you? I don't know. Oh, namae. You're missing a letter in there, hit point. Now you've said omae nan desu ka? What are you? Which is a very rude way to... You're not even asking what their name is. You're saying, what are you? As if you're not a person. Welcome, Foxes. How was your stream? There were a lot of pings talking about your avatar. Oh, hi Lily. Can I help you? I didn't see you there. Hi Lily. You wiggle coffee and you quick. Wait, you're gonna have coffee before the shower? We're gonna have to start talking about shower coffee. Yeah, Nikki, I could put that. It's a little bit advanced for some people here. And it falls in a more casual sense. So it's like a casual stranger. I guess if you're like at work or at college or something like that. Arctic Wolf, you said Nani o onamae nan desu ka? You have what twice in there. What is your name? What is it? Sounds a little bit weird. Just do what I have here. Onamae, name, subject. I'm talking about your name. What is it? Can I sit up here? Come join me in my chair. I'm exhausted. Sorry for starting so close to you. So I was at my speech therapy appointment and I got home and I started typing to Foxes and she went live. Right when I was sending the message, I'm about to start. But that's okay. I did not see the message in time. I like a shower beer but more socially acceptable in 2024. More socially acceptable with other people in the shower? Is that what this is? Yeah, just letting you know that if you type omae, omae is one of the ruder ways that you can say you in Japanese. So don't say omae wa. Onamae wa nan desu ka? Is okay. Oh, look, Evie, you got one in each hand now. Oh. Oh, doubled up. Sorry, I've got a cat sitting in my chair. And she's super happy, so her tail is like whacking all over the place. Excuse me. Get home from work, you're sweaty and gross, you grab a beer and hit up the shower. Well, that'll work. Yep. Different kitty, this is Lily. The purring sound you hear is Luna. Personally, I think Luna's cuter. You go eat. Good night. Good night, Lucky. I don't have a Lily purr. She doesn't purr nearly as loudly as Luna does. What is your name? How are you? What do you do? Like, what kind of work do you do? How do you ask for the family name specifically? Good question. What is your family name? Since I started this one, I'm gonna do this one. お仕事は何ですか? you're going to start to see a lot of the same patterns. Nan desu ka? What is it? So it's merely a matter of just switching out what is the subject. O shigoto, your work, your job. Shigoto is the word work. Well, it's kind of a funny word, in fact. Shigoto is, on one hand, your job, but it's also your company. It's also your workplace. And it's also your work. So it's kind of funny how in Japanese it's basically all four of them in different ways. Like, what is your job? What is your position? What is it you do? What company do you work at? That's also my shigoto. And the workplace, shigoto ni ikimasu, I'm going to the workplace, as well as the contents of your job, the work that you actually do. It's all four of those all at once. How do you do a half indentation? In Google Docs, the tabs are basically the equivalent of 2 full width spaces, so I just hit the space bar. Oshigoto wa nan desu ka? Correct. Yes. Sorry to disappoint you. Otherwise, you would have to create indentation marks at the halves, which you can do, but it's also a pain. I don't know. Is there a default? Is there a default tab width? I don't think so. Not that I can see. Smart quotes, auto detect links, auto detect lists, auto detect markdown, auto spell correct, smart replay, or smart reply candidates, links, colon. I don't know. Sorry for the disappointing answer, but so your family name has a different name. Namae is your whole name, whereas your family name is called your myoji. Myoji wa nan desu ka? And then your first name is also differentiated. What is your first or given name? This is called your shita no namae. Again, same thing here. So it literally means your under name. Because in Japanese, last name or family name first, then your given name after. At least for Japanese people. If you're foreign and they know that, like if you're like blonde hair, blue eyed, they know you're not Japanese probably. So, not weird if you just do first name, last name. They get it. But if you are Asian, you're Chinese, Korean, Japanese, expect that the order is going to be a little bit different. Hey, don't lick my toes! Lily's back and she licked my toe, and I got a little surprised by that. So is Hatsune the first family name for the Vocaloid? Yes. Well, so yes. So all of the Vocaloids, they all have the kanji ne in there because it means sound. Put this further down. Vocaloids. So we call her Hatsune Miku, and that is indeed her family name, Hatsune. First sound. So if you're not actually aware of where this came from, Vocaloid was a software created by the Yamaha Corporation to do synthetic sounds, and you could put them to music. And it was kind of a flop because people didn't want to spend $300 on vocal software. And then they decided, hey, why don't we make it so you can have a cute anime girl go with it? Boom. Instant success. Because now people were writing music of their own, having the girl like dance and do a whole music video along with it and do all the singing for you. And they're like, oh yeah, $300, I'll pay that, sure. So all of the family names have meaning in the Vocaloids. I think next was the twins. So Hatsune Miku is actually Vocaloid number 1, and then becomes Kagamine, Len, and Rin. And some people I say, oh, left and right, because you certainly don't have a differentiation between L and R in Japanese. Kagamine. Mirror sound. Ikikoroboros. Welcome, welcome. We're studying Japanese, but we're currently talking about Vocaloids. Miku, Vocaloid number 1. Len and Rin, numbers 2 and 3. And because they're twins, their family name of Mirror makes a lot of sense. Fourth one, I think, was Luca. Meguri ne Luca. Oh, Luca's 3. Oh, these were just 2 together? Okay. I mean, I guess they could just sort of like be pitched differently or just as a bundle. Sort of like circulating sound. Meguru, to like circulate. And then 4 and 5, I think, are, what's his name, the guy? Something Enrico. They don't have last names, as far as I know, and there's a lot more characters that they added that don't have last names that I'm aware of. And then there's other one like Meiko and Gumi and all those. You must go to bed now. Aw, Oyasumi. Well, thank you for studying, Hit Point. You can always check the notes later. If you do exclamation point notes even when the stream is not live, I think you can still pull it up. Meow, have you had coffee and shower? You don't have a cat, Sona, even out of all the ones you already had. Fox is just gonna go make a cat now. Yakitori means grilled bird slash grilled chicken. Grilled mackerel, other common fish. Yaki plus and then saba, yaki shake. Yaki niku is grilled meat in general. I'll make myself a cat when someone commissions me for a cat avatar. I'll tell them, hey, you should get this cat avatar and I'll pay for the avatar so you get a discount. See, there's a reason. Totally unrelated. We're just changing topics here. Does anyone want a cat VTuber avatar? So what do you think of unagi and ochazuke? I'm not a big fan of seafood. I know Foxes loves unagi. Ochazuke, I think I'd have to get used to it. Ochazuke is basically like a rice bowl, and then they pour green tea on it. So it kind of turns into a soup. So it's kind of half soup, half rice. Yeah, it's literally ocha plus tsuke. They're going to put one into the other. Unagi is fire? No, he is fire. Unagi is eel. I knew what you meant. I'm just being a little so-and-so. Fine. Oh, Rogue Gladiator. Assists from what? Buffing. I'd like a wolf VTuber avatar, but too poor to afford one. You can look around and see sometimes people will make very simple ones available for free. Or maybe a 2D avatar, sometimes you'll find those. Oh, banana. I think I'd prefer a peach or a watermelon pretzel to a banana one, but, you know, I'm open-minded. Iro is color. Iro. Oh, there's also some joke Vocaloids which became canon. Akita Neru. Is that her kanji actually? Oh no, it's actually Akita. So So this one's not as funny. The name itself is funny. Akita means to get bored. And so people started saying, whenever there was a fight or a debate in a Vocaloid forum or chat room, they'd be like, Akita neru. It's like, I'm tired of this, I'm going to bed. So that turned into one of the joke Vocaloids who then became canon because they're like, that's cute. We're going to totally make one for that. Your phone died? Plug in your phone. Yowane haku. Yowane is like weak sound, and then haku means to barf. And so this character is canonically always drunk. This is kind of like dizzy barf. So there's a little bit of humor in those. Right, back to our actual practical things to study. It's at 8%. Can you use it while it's plugged in? Because I don't want you to have to keep charging and then having it die. Not that this is a question that you should be asking very much, but how old are you? Ikutsu desu ka? This is a question for kids. Compared to typically, you don't do this when you're talking to adults. So if the kid is under 8 to 10 years old, you might use this one instead, ikutsu desu ka? Whereas if they're older than that, nansai desu ka? Where's somewhere nice to eat? Ah, here's a really good word to learn. Osusume. You could be asking your date how old they are. Are you at least 18? I joke about that, but it is also something you should check. Well, I mean, before you get to a date, I would hope you ask that before you get to actually getting to the date part. Normally just ask them when it's their birthday and they are family member or friend of the family. Well, yeah, if you know them, then you can trust them. It's when you talk to other people. Well, you'd think that you could tell from a picture. So as long as if you're in the age where it starts to get a little dicey, if you're dating around late teens, early 20s, yeah, you probably need to ask. As you get older, probably less likely for that to happen, but if they look exceptionally young, you still might need to ask. But hopefully this is not a situation that people find themselves in a lot. Where do you recommend? Where do you recommend to eat? That's a great question. Osusume? Nope, that's right. Shokuji, meal, no osusume wa doko desu ka? Shokuji meaning meal. Where's the nearest hotel? Ah, osusume. Yeah, me and ne is going to take a little fishing. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, this was sort of a beginner class, so I'm not expecting the beginners to know this. But yeah, if the intermediate kids are here and you want to take a swing at it, then yes, I'll start giving you time to answer. You have bad ears? Spreadsheet. Ears. Bad. Don't be bad. Actually, that's probably not going to help. My ears are bad, and people keep hitting them. Has there not cat ears? You should fix that. What do you recommend? Similar but different sentence here. Where's the nearest hotel? Mm-hmm. Do you want a nice hotel or just any hotel? Otherwise, it'd say fox ears. Even better. Osusume is a recommendation. But one of the cool things about Japanese is if you know the noun for something, you can easily convert it often into the verb for the same thing. We can get into that. How do you get to something place? First thing that came to mind is how do you get to Sesame Street, but I don't know if anyone knows where that is. I know it's in New York, canonically. I don't think anyone knows where Sesame Street is, though, in New York. Anata no osusume wa nan desu ka? That'll do. Anata no osusume wa なんですか? Similarly, this is おすすめ as a noun. So this sentence is technically your recommendation. What is it? But we could also do it as a verb. When I was a kid, I thought Sesame Street was a magic street that joined Australia and America. It's also in Japan. I actually saw, I think it was like a 50th or 60th like anniversary of Sesame Street, and they had like the voice actors from all the different Sesame Street countries speaking their language. I thought it was really cool. Sesame Street no 行き方を教えてくださいませんか? Could you tell me how to get there? Yes. That works. Did they ever tell us how to get there? Nope. It's just part of the song. It's possible to get the how are you just in hiragana? Sure. Kind of. お元気ですか? Don't worry, I saw yours, Nikki. I'm just taking care of them, the sort of natural flow of things. Wait, you said Love Hotel? I didn't even notice that. I glanced, I saw hotel in there, and I thought, oh, okay. Nikki's answering the question. If you're not familiar with that part of Japanese culture, love hotels are hotels that you can rent by the hour. Spreadsheet knows this. Uh-huh. For when you need a quick nap. Correct. Well, if you look at the sign, it gives you two different rates. And then one of them just says rest, and the other one says stay. So clearly you just need to rest for a little bit. You can also rent overnight, it's cheap. Yep. Which is not a bad idea if you're like, if you can't find like a local hostel to stay at. Or maybe you don't want to stay in a hostile environment. You can just stay in a love hotel. If you stay for like an hour, you can generally get it for like $30-$40. But if you're going to stay overnight, you can get it for just like $60-$70 compared to a lot of hotels in Japan where you have to pay the overnight price of like $150. You can make love in a love hotel. That's kind of what it's for. And yet, I've also heard about people who just want to be alone. So some people, like if they're music students, they will rent karaoke booths for themselves, or they'll rent a love hotel and they'll just practice music there. Are ryokan worth visiting for tourists? Yes. Ryokan are traditional Japanese inns. So you get the tatami floor, you get some like Japanese robes, so you can go often to an onsen, hot spring. They'll often have like homemade food and dinner cooked and brought to your room. So it's very traditional, little expensive, but you're gonna get the like full experience of traveling there. Photoshop and Unity stream. Your computer can handle it. Who cares? Capsule hotels seem pretty cuddly too. Yeah, as long as you're not the kind of person who gets startled by waking up in a strange place. So I actually had a student who's a businessman say he was on a business trip. He stayed in a capsule hotel. His alarm on his phone went off and he sat up straight, except he smashed his head into the top of the capsule because sometimes these capsules are 3 feet in diameter. So if you're the kind of person, then don't stay there. Or if you get claustrophobic, because you're basically in a 3-foot wide tube. Heard of someone popular for young girls to rent a room and hang out in a love hotel? Oh yeah, sure. If girls just want to have a slumber party, but they can't do it at their house. Yeah, that also works. You look up Capsule Hotel Las Vegas. Why? Because it's so small? What's wrong with it? Sometimes you'll have even a TV or a radio in there. You can get out. You're not trapped in there. They're renting out share apartments in the same style here now. You can rent a capsule to live in. I'm not surprised. I was shocked when, sometimes the rent in cities like New York or San Francisco is $2,000 to $4,000 a month. So apparently one person sublet their apartment and it was basically a large cardboard box, and they rented it out for $1,000 a month, and somebody took it. Not the box. They took them up on the offer. They're cheap. They're something like $40 a night or something. $30-$40 a night. But at that point, you may as well just spend a little bit more and get a love hotel, because some of those love hotels, I hear, have really nice showers and baths. Howdy, watching the stream on my Linux laptop. So we did actually do a love hotel lesson once, and I found pictures, and some of those rooms look kind of cool. How clean are their sheets though? I don't think I could do it. Probably as clean as sheets are in Las Vegas. And if you watch programs about how Las Vegas hotels operate, they basically boil the hell out of all sheets and bedding, because you never know what's going to be on those. Right, so we have these last 3. I was asking for what do you recommend, but as a verb instead. Also, hi Trashboat. On stream on your Linux laptop. Watching on your laptop that has Linux installed. I don't know of any laptop I've seen where the Linux came pre-installed. Except for work. Well, yeah, you have a cheap motels and you have nice motels. Trust them more than a regular Australian hotel, so it's fine. Yeah, because you're less likely to find a kookaburra in your shower. So already way ahead of the curve than in Australia. Do I have to pull up a picture spreadsheet? For drop bears? True. I did not say chupacabra, I said kookaburra. sheets have touched all sort of things that get sterilized. They get sterilized, which is why they say don't walk around barefoot in Las Vegas hotels, because they can't steam clean the carpets every day. Actually, the ones I want to go see are Quokka. Quokka are adorable. I'd be in Linux, but it doesn't play the games I want, right? I've installed Linux before, and then I'm like, well, I can't play any games on this. This sucks. Chupacabra is a bat. Anyone working on these sentences? We have 3 sentences queued up. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, you did. I'm going to delete the... I'm not doing the Sesame Street one. The Chupacabra is a mythical creature. There is a Chupacabra mythical cryptid creature, and then there's a bat that is called the Chupacabra because it literally is a vampire bat that sucks blood out of goats. So there's a myth and there's a reality. I'm just going to say hotel. Nande wa dokore ni hotel. Looks like you're mixing and matching parts, which we shouldn't quite do at this point yet, Arctic Wolf. Yeah, 100% brightness night mode off, and then you have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth on. Yeah, that'll eat your battery pretty quickly. Alternative way to say this. Ichiban chikai, the number 1 close. Hoteru wa doko desu ka? Also works. Well, so you have nande as why, no subject wa dokore. You have where, doko, and kore as this. So maybe instead of experimenting just now, tell us what you want, and then maybe you can try it, because I can't pull out what you want from that. I don't know what you're trying to say. So start with the English first, and then maybe try the Japanese, because I can't help you when I don't know what you're trying to say. Alright, so Foxes says place no ikikata or yukikata o oshiete kuremasen ka? So you're saying here is, and if it's a large place, like if it's Kyoto or Niigata, Aomori, you can add the way to get to that place. Right, I'm a little bored of the rainforest. alternates for these? What do you recommend? And how do you get to? Anyone? I'm heading to bed. Oyasumi nasai. Good night, Crowy. Sleep well. Hope you learned a lot in our lesson. You're looking for something else in the recommend sentence? Yes. So I said, in this sentence, your recommendation, what is it? So we use osusume as a recommendation noun. I asked, how do we do this as a verb? Don't worry, Stream Elements, I have had plenty of voice reminders today, considering I had a full voice session.
Hey, it's been a minute. Don't forget to drink some water.
And water
stretch,
reminders, true.
And check your posture. Your health comes first.
Who's a good girl?
Oh, you took a shower.
You are.
Oh, you were
That's
saying
you.
you got a shower from the water spray here. Have you heard Megan's voice, by the way? She sounds like a girl. Like, literally already the first time I've heard her since she wanted to transition. It's so unfair. Unfortunately, it is those who can transition in their early 20s or even earlier. Yeah, it's... Mega Narwhal. It is a little bit unfortunate that they chose a name that ended in N. I think she's like 19, yeah. So if you can be 18, 19, you can sound like a shoujo. People who basically got puberty blockers and who got to transition early. Yeah, little jealous of that. I think I'm... Am I following? I'm not following. What? I'm just gonna take a quick little listen.
For level like this.
Is that it? That doesn't sound like it. Shoujo's on puberty blockers, so she never even had to do boy puberty. Yep. I am extra. Sometimes you hear about people who are in their 20s or 30s and they're like, well, fortunately I didn't have to change very much because I've always been slender and like had a pretty face and a high voice. Like, give me that. I want that. I mean, yeah, if I knew that I was going to end up there and I could have started way back then, would have been a heck of a lot easier, because now I'm having to retrain my voice, think about how I do all these things, and... Oh, that must be who their, rating, not rating, the other thing.
Oh, hello. I'm trying to get RPG Ayaya. That was from 2019.
Hosting, yes, thank you. Well, so you don't host people anymore out of your stream, but you still have like an auto hosting thing, which means your channel just like raids out automatically. So yes and no. Yep. Little jealous that is Megan's starting point. So, 何をおすすめますか? So, yes, technically, although it's more common like this, which you're right, but I'm just going to point out that this is 何を what おすすめしますか? No! Cat, away from my chicken dinner. No, this one was... I have a plate of food with chicken on it, and she keeps trying to sneak behind me and, like, reach over and grab some when I'm not looking. He knows I'm busy. You don't need to be jealous of anyone, girl. You've done so well. I've got 3 so's. Well, yeah, I'm hoping that my voice can get better. My voice coach has given me, like, warm-up exercises. She's given me, like, things to consider. She gave me this survey of, like, how often do you feel like your voice stops you from people perceiving you as a woman? Like, I, like, went almost all the way down the line of, like, all the time. I feel like that all the time. So, probably confirmed a lot of what she was probably guessing. But yeah, Nikki, yes. So you can't... Susumeru is a verb to recommend something. However, in a restaurant, you're more likely to hear osusume shimasu ka? Nani osusume shimasu ka? I have used that exact phrase to say, what do you recommend when I'm at a restaurant that I have no idea what anything is? How do you get to this place? And so this is a good one for explaining the how question in Japanese. How do you do this? どうやって someplace に行けばいいですか? So, I want to help us practice a little bit more of the どうやって how, in what way does this happen? What is a good way to do this? I'm really nervous about this shirt-skirt combo. Why? That's like my favorite way to dress. Ask Foxes. Almost any time we go out, I'm wearing a skirt and a furry fox shirt. And then maybe my fox jacket and fox hat. I've got a thing. Don't judge me. Not sure if it matches. I sent you a pic. I think the skirt's a little busy, but I think they go together. I think the color pattern goes together. You got kind of a light top, like a white or off-white, and you got like a turquoise blue skirt. I think those go together. Take my opinion with a grain of salt, because I'm very much a sort of solid colors, solid, dark colors kind of girl. So, if I say that I would prefer this, that's just me. Or is common to ask by saying something ni ikitai n desu ga. Sure, that'll also work. That's a good one. Just say that, oh, I want this, by the way. In fact, ikitai n desu ga, I want to go here, but that works. Slightly more polite would be to do it the same thing, but ikitai nan desu kedo. I messed this up so badly. There we go. Oh. Would this be one of those questions where the question is ambiguous? So, indirect and kind of understated questions, very Japanese. If you ask Japanese people what their opinion of Americans is, it's kind of funny. Actually, if you watch any of those YouTube videos, you're like, well, what's your stereotype of these people? And like, almost none of them are right. A lot of them are just imagination. They said, okay, now what is your opinion? What do you think of American people? And they're like, they're loud, they're rude, they're very direct with their questions. They kind of get in your face and everything, like, yep. No, it's good. I mean, blue and white, always a good combination. Evie, so yeah, don't worry about it. Where can I find something? Like, are you looking for something in a store or something like that? That's okay. We ask questions, people can ask questions about, like, trans and gender and LGBT stuff all the time. Like, a color coordination question? Not a problem. Oh, that's something that my voice coach said. She said trying to have sort of a softer voice, which I do sometimes, but I sometimes hammer on it too much. So I think when I kind of make it a little breathy, when I kind of do a light touch on the sound, I think it comes out a little bit better. It's a comfy skirt and a great length. So it looks like it's almost ankle length. I'm a little bit more of a spicy, saucy girl, so mine are usually like a knee length, like a midi skirt. Hard part is to project in a soft tone. I've tried mini skirts, but my problem with mini skirts is that I try to sit down and like, I'm sitting on my underwear. This feels weird. So, like a midi skirt or slightly shorter, that's sort of like nice, comfortable length of skirt. I like American people, but I don't know how well I do with the kind of overly nice stuff. I prefer cold indifference. I mean, that's what you're used to, right? So, I noticed that in my brown dress the other day felt weird. Oh, is it basically like dress? Is it a dress but it's like mini skirt length? Don't go to Canada? Hey, sorry. Lots of apologies. Full dress service, I wasn't feeling the leather check. Okay, so maybe a little bit too short then. That's just indifference altogether, Nikki. And it's sometimes like rude indifference. But anyway. There we go. Any questions? Or if there's no more questions here, should we pivot to another topic? Everyone's too busy to care about anyone else in New York. I've seen experimental, like, YouTube content videos of people who, like, one person just, like, literally, like, fell over in the street and a lot of people would just step over him. So, New York's a little bit too cold and indifferent for me. It was an experiment, person was fine, but just shows you that some people just literally can't be bothered. Pink one I love is it's so comfy. Can't wear that out. I bent over slightly and my underwear shows at the back. It's so much shorter at the back than the front. So it's not kind of, but it's the perception. I totally get that though. Because I'm like, well, the skirt is even front and back, and yet when I sit down it's like, oh, why did I can cover my knees and yet it feels like I'm not sitting on the skirt in the back. Because it has to go around your butt. Not that I'm calling your butt big, I'm calling my butt big. I think it was the first mission of that map. Yeah, it's the first mission of the map, so... Beginners, were there any other questions? 99? Or spreadsheet? Your butt's big? Do you like them? Can you not lie about it? Do you like large posteriors and you cannot prevaricate about such? Don't think so, but I may have questions next time. All good. Because I know sometimes, especially early on, you sort of hit a content limit of like, oh, that's all my brain can handle, until your brain can sort of format more areas of the brain for foreign content. So that's totally a thing that can happen. Still struggling with the whole being awake thing. Is it not a normal time for you to be awake now? Oh, it's early. You know, they say that having coffee in the morning, the caffeine kicks in later. So really, having a cold, chilled, refrigerated apple will wake you up just as fast as a hot cup of coffee. It's only 1 a.m. It's early enough that spreadsheet can't tell the difference between AM and PM. I'm still wearing male underwear, haven't ventured into feminine bottoms yet. I'm a feminine bottom. Sorry. Also, joke teed up too well. So, I mean, it depends on the kind of cut of underwear you get. So as Foxes has already, like, basically outed on stream before, she says, oh yeah, Kitsu wears these, like, this, like, slutty underwears, I think was her exact words. You did say exactly that. Well, because you can have, like, more expansive underwear like boxers, and then you get smaller to boxer briefs and European cut briefs, and then basically I wear more of a bikini style brief. So it is smallish. I don't want to experiment to Baha. The underwear I have are comfy to me and I feel that's most important. Nobody's supposed to see them anyway. Well, if you're going to wear minimalist things, like you're going to wear skirts and dresses, wearing skirts and dresses with boxers, I mean, you want to, if you want to pull it off, you can pull it off, but I think with garments where that's potentially a problem, you wear more minimal garments so that there's less hanging down. Alright, I guess what we're gonna do then is we're gonna pass the lesson off to Foxes then. Since Foxes said that they want to seize control of means of production, seize control of the lesson. You forgore skull emoji. Where's your skull emoji? There we go, there we go. Are there any body parts that can't be lewd, though? Your nose. Nikki, your combination of skull emoji plus trumpet makes me think of Grim Fandango. Spleen's not particularly sexy, I guess. Brain's sexy if you're a sapiosexual, means you're attracted to intelligence. Good night, Evie. Mm-hmm. You don't F the brain? People F with their brains all the time. What do you think drugs are doing? Don't do drugs. It scrambles your eggs. Tanuki with gigantic balls? Okay. How do you keep finding these? Twitter knows what you like. You like big balls. Found needles outside my apartment the other day. Uh-oh. Do you have roving bands of seamstresses in your neighborhood spreadsheet? Option 2, sexy clothed dog daddy with a pattern that makes him look like he has facial hair. This is also something I'm not surprised that came up in your Twitter algorithm. Yes, I still call it Twitter, because I refuse to change the name to something stupider. I'm leaning a little bit more towards option 2. You don't know that might just be a protective cup. So spreadsheet says dog daddy. We could do that. Option 3 is a longer comic that involves a stereotypically sexy tiger who's mostly naked during a lot of it. There are strategic speech bubbles to cover up his bits, so it's okay. Uh-huh. We can do one and, or I mean, we can do 2 and then we can do 3 if you want. That's a sexy tiger, that's true. Yeah, basically whenever it's X, I replace it with Twitter. Three looks more complicated. 3 looks a lot more text heavy. Also, Fox says I'm calling you out on your F-bomb. Fox has asked me to help her defuse her F-bombs. It still counts because it's still sort of an accumulative effect. Alright. Switch over to the other classroom. Where's my Chrome window? Bop. Oh, that's really big. It's bigger than I think chat can handle, so that's why I'm concerned. I can totally deal with it, but chat can't. Hey Lunara, been lurking while playing Warframe. Warframe looks cool. I like the concept. I don't like how grindy it is. Warframe is one of the grindiest games I've ever seen. I almost got into it. I had friends who were like, I want to play Space Ninjas with you. I'm like, okay. then I think we never got into it. Partially also the reason why I never raid people who are streaming Warframe, because it's always basically them trying to speed through a level without killing anyone, just to get the level rewards really fast. And like, that's not the action I'm looking for, and it looks really boring. Been watching Flair play Warframe, even watching him play for like 23 hours now, maybe I still have zero idea what the fudge is happening 99% of the time. Yeah, because majority of the people who play Warframe are not playing it sort of like as intended. As in, you have a space ninja with all these skills, and the majority of the time you watch someone playing, they're not using any of those skills other than like double jump and dash, like all over the place. Because most of the time they're basically saying, oh, in order to make this part for another frame that I want to make, it requires 50 of these, and every time I complete a level, it gives me 2. And it's like, so you just literally grinded 25 times in a row? You're like, yep. And then you move on to the next part, and you're like, if I were playing that, I don't think I would do that. I would like legit try to just take them out really fast. It's the best MMO that I can't get myself to play anymore. I mean, there's a lot of MMOs I used to play. Called Warframe because you're waging war on the number of frames it takes to beat the level. It is a cool community though. I have Ranger Siphon's actually a big Warframe fan. And like across the street from TwitchCon that we both went to in 2018, they had like a Warframe basically conference across the street. And for a game that's basically free, they're giving out like free swag, free food, free codes for more stuff in game. It's like, okay. Guess they're making enough money that they can just drop a couple $1,000s on this. It'd be cool if I had an idea what's happening. It's basically you have, as you might think of any kind of like MMO, even like instance MMO, characters have different abilities. They have different area of effect, they have different damage. You can upgrade those. You have different classes that handle different things differently. You have stealth characters, you have healing characters, you have tanking characters, you have attackers. But you never get to see any of that, because everyone's just basically like swooshing through the enemies, getting to the end and they're done. So felt the grind fatigue on the amount of resource I need to make one frame, yeah. And then they get you because it says, okay, well now you finally grinded enough materials for this one frame, and it'll take you only like 50 days or something to do that. Or you could pay us some money and it'll basically be done instantly. It's like, ugh. So when they tell you in Warframe that everything in the game is possible to make and craft in-game, they're not lying. It's just a little bit hiding the fact that it takes years to do all of that manually. I don't know, I'm making up the numbers, but I'm not exaggerating on the kind of thing it is, though. Probably get a job and buy it faster. That's what they're hoping. They're hoping that the wait times are so ridiculous that you basically give up and throw money at them. Because that's where their money comes from. Pay money or trade with players for premium currency for inventory slot. They might make grind easier, but there's still a grind, though. And this is new and improved grind, so it's different. RuneScape is the best MMO? I don't think I actually know very much about RuneScape, honestly. Probably that design games to work that way works really well because of our worker monkey brain. Gamifying things, giving you reward for doing work. We farmed the latest frame in 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, but how much of that was just zipping through it? Alright, enough of that. Comic. Actually, let me blow this up a lot. Oh yes, and let me grab the link while we're at it. Sexy Wolf Daddy. I digress. It's good to see everyone. Good to see you too, Lunara. Hope you and Silpa are doing well. Are you both? Oh, darn it! I hate something. Oh. Are you both playing Warframe together? Or is this a separate thing? Wow. I enjoy how I learned Zettai from Zettai Ryoiki. Look, I know how your mind works, and so sometimes I bring up things because I know it's gonna stick. I think I might have also taught you complete despair. As well. Or as well as we can, we both play for Warframe. Alright, I mean, at least playing together, I could see that being less tedious. Most of the streamers I see are playing it by themselves, and it's just like talking with chat while just like breezing through the level, ending. Alright, start again, reload, do it again. They're barely paying attention. Zettai koyu to ko atta to omoun desu yo. You know Zetsubo from the anime Zetsubo Sensei? Yeah. That's why I had trouble reading it at first. Ko yu toko. You're splitting in the wrong place. Zetsubo is actually one of Fox's first kanji words. Toko short for Tokoro, correct? Or place. Or more generally could be talking about a situation. Zetsubo is basically the first word I knew for the kanji for because it was in an early translation as Kitsufor and it's just stuck really well. Fox's first words: despair, explosion. And all these really dark, negative words. The other day when we went over numbers and you only really use larger groups if you're an astrophysicist or large numbers, it's also paid for really small measurements. Yeah, I mean if you're like a microbiologist or something. Sort of a day-to-day, you don't really get smaller than a millimeter in everyday usage. Bakuhatsu and bakudan, yeah, explosion and bomb. It's just the way that their mind works. I can't control it. I don't know how super small numbers work in Japanese, actually. Well, we did learn fractions. I have taught that before. But you're talking about, like, 10 to the minus X number of decimal places kind of thing? Yeah, so for that, we're going to need special, special notations for the 199 did. For what Foxes did, they do the sort of like cheaty shorthand that we use in America. Well, so in America, technically the number is 1/10,000th. But very often people won't read it like that. People say 0.0001. So in Japanese, you can do the same thing. 0.0001. Exactly the same thing. So you just have to get good at doing the single digit readings. And apparently this is all you want to do. Because apparently there's some really old systems for really small numbers, and man, this is a lot to remember. So they actually have apparently kanji and usage for 10th, 100th, 1000th, 10,000th, 100,000th. Ooh, di, mo, shi, kotsu. I don't think we want to learn that. So, let me find a different way to refer to that. Yeah, so in case you wanted to say something like 3.14159, just as a random example, 3 10 1 4 1 5 9. Easy. So the new thing that people need to learn is the fact that any kind of round thing can be 10. Ten means dot or circle. So this is used for the decimal place. This is used for period. This is used for the, like, handokten. Sleeping Axel? CD player's a 24-year-old IBM thing that you could probably afford a cheaper, more power-efficient CD player at this point. 0.0001. Or you would turn that into its fractional version. Do you remember how to do fractions? Period also gets called maru. Okay, so if we want to do fractions, let's take a look. Had to go really... Yeah, I had to look for like 4 or 5 down from the top. That's fine. It's legitimately got a CD player built in that uses a CD-ROM drive when the laptop itself is shut down. Okay. I suppose that's more efficient than buying a CD player for your computer. So, in the case where we want to do like that, zero pen or rei pen, often they'll do rei pen, ichi. You can use 0, that's fine. Yeah, Junie did a Fox's Steppy emote. Junie did this on Y-Stage, but he gave me that one for free because he was like, well, I made a yellow one to show off the Y-Stage template. Like, I already have this, I'll just give it to you. There you go. Benefit of being generic? Yeah, it's like spreadsheet. You got it for being easy. So this is 1/10,000th, right? One 10,000th is how you'd say this in English. Actually, why don't I put it over here? Oops. So the other way you can do it is you have to start with the denominator. For fractions, we do denominator as a number plus boon plus no plus numerator. And this is probably going to review a little bit for people who don't know the mathematical terminology. In a fraction, numerator is the top number, denominator is the bottom number. Or for other people, the dom number and the sub number. No, just kidding. Yeah, we do 0.0001. So, in order to do 1/10,000th, in other words, 1 over 10,000, which is the same as that decimal, we would do 10,000 1万分 You're really gonna do this to me. 1万分の1 So this is sort of the easier way to do it. Oh yeah. Apparently, Lu, Rin, Mo, Shi, Kotsu, Bi, Sen, Sha, Jin, I. I'm not memorizing all of those. That's the traditional, like, old pre-Western decimal place names. And yuck, I'm not doing that. Ichiman bun no ichi. think I need to study math more often. We can do that. There's actually a really cool phrase that I like out of this same kind of thing which we're learning here, talking about fractions. You know, we might say something like, oh, well, it's a 1 in a million chance or something. They don't do it like that. But for phrases like on the off chance, just in case kind of idea. Boxes, do you remember this one? Or Nikki, if you're still around? Very interested to see what this will be. Japanese too, yes, I meant in general. Outside of needing to handle money, I basically don't do any math in day-to-day life. I was really excited because someone from the community a couple months back was like, can anyone help me with physics? And it was really cool. I got to tell my old physics teacher that yesterday, actually. I go help my old physics teacher and his wife do tech stuff for the computer. And I got to say, hey, someone asked me about a block sliding down a ramp and how you do the calculation for that. Like, I remember that. It's on the tip of my tongue. That's not how you say it. Basically, it was really cool to do force vectors and vector math, and it was very fun. You for gore skull emoji, says Nikki. The answer is handle not having tax on item shelf tags. In Japan, they do. Mangaichi. So mangaichi, it's kind of like saying it's a 1 in 10,000 chance of it happening, but let's just be safe. Kind of an idea. So in Japan, they have including and excluding tax. And while I was in Japan, they passed a law that said you must have a price that includes tax because people can't do it. Which is kind of sad because at the time, the tax rate for consumption tax in Japan was 5%. 5% is easy to calculate. I think the current rate in San Francisco is something like 9.81%. It's like, I can't figure that out in my head. 5% you should be able to figure out. Sei komi. Tax included. It's nice when you get to use things you've learned that aren't used that often, especially to help people. It's something I remember. Move the decimal and divide by 2. Basically, that'll work. Well, just take a tenth and then cut it in half. Yeah, that's the easy thing. I look at that, I feel like I need to stretch the god. Manga. That sounds like you really like manga. Japanese comics. You don't calculate sales tax? You know it's not going to be more than 10%, so just add 10%. Tax should be included in the shown price. It should be. Nuki? Yeah, I think it's Nuki. Like, with the tax, like, pulled out. So yeah, this is a great little phrase, mangaichi. Well, you know, probably not going to happen, but just in case, let's do this, because there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that it could happen, and you might be unlucky. Rikichi looks like Joker. I'm sure he gets called that all the time. And he's a clown? Just asking for it. Hikoroboros? Yeah, 6 months all at once? Holy smokes. Thank you. Hope you're having a good time here. Thank you for supporting the stream. I did my taxes recently. And because I've had to like buy all these computer parts over and over again. Taxes weren't pretty.
イキコロボロスモーファ39
Ikikoroboros. Yep. Thank you for the 100 bits, Foxes. Now you're stuck with me. I think I'm stuck with you. Because you'll have my emotes for 6 months. You haven't really said much in here. Do you want to learn Japanese with us? Well, so the thing is, spreadsheet, that name, Rikiichi, Riki is one of the readings for the power kanji. Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail. Also, hey Mukul, you're here early. Is this your pre-nap? Also, Foxes, we got a little bit sidetracked here. Powerful one? I think it's from Norse mythology. First saw Ikikoroboros. I had trouble saying his name until I slowed down and read it like Japanese and became easier. Japanese makes your life easier. Oh. Yeah. It looks like a lot of letters, and then you're like, Ikikoroboros. I can totally read this like it's a Japanese name.
Choo-choo.
I'm not chewing anything. It is a good reminder that I do need to chew my food more, though. It's magic. There's a French person's name I was having trouble pronouncing, and then Lur gave it to me in katakana. I was like, OMG, that's so nice. See, we need a phonetic thing that's not the crazy phonetical key that you get in the dictionary. Because that's like Greek, basically. Here comes the soggy dentures. I thought that was hilarious. First time that came up in Fox's stream. Because you call it a scam train. Sagi means scam or fraud, and densha means train. And so Fox's like, sagi densha. I put it in Japanese, and then Vincent's like, soggy dentures? And I think for a while, because you couldn't remember how to say scam train, you remember Vincent's version until you got back to memorizing it properly. Hey Decky! What you up to? Still playing a lot of Destiny 2? Brain did a blank. Yeah, look it up in katakana. That helps. Iki is cozy. Iki is cozy. My Japanese is rusty. Chat is very cute. Thank you for the haiku. Just got home from work. Just been on a small grind. Aw. Glad you're done. You actually noticed that? Is that something they do? It just felt like the rhythm of a haiku when I read it.
Radio Rabbit 0 is Raiding with 17 viewers. Radio Rabbit 0様は17の視聴者とレイドしています。
Welcome, welcome, Radio Rabbit and viewers, raiders. Welcome on in. Playing. Thanks for the sharks, Radio Rabbit. Radio Rabbit, one of my team members in Cult of Blahai. Are you ready for the, we have a team charity event coming up, end of the month, until, like, the 15th. I think it's, like, basically first half of April. Welcome, Raiders. We are studying comics. We're studying Japanese. I'm sure you've heard this before. Welcome on in. Yes. Soggy Densha. Or soggy dentures if you don't speak Japanese. And densha. This is specifically an electric train or subway. Different from steam-powered, coal-powered locomotives. Blahai. Didn't I say that? Darn. Guessing something like the time Abura Shia was a captain, there was definitely an aspect to him like this, I think. Let's take a look back at our text. Radio Rabbit, how is VR chat? Blahai. Blahai. Like the okay, thank you. In ore? Sure, thanks. So we're looking at this comic. This is the title section. Hype train を逃がしました。ハイプトレインを行ってしまいました。行ってしまいました。次は乗れるといいですね。You should ride the next train. Thank you for the bits and the gift subs and Iki Ouroboros. Please feel free to jump in and ask questions, as I'm the kind of teacher who loves questions from class, interactions, and anything like that, so let's break down our vocabulary here. First we have the word sensho here. Different than Kancho for a ship captain. Well, it's kind of ship captain. I'm trying to think of the difference between... Can I help you? Did you say with the tokens I missed or got distracted? I was going to do it sort of in order. I was going to break this all down for everybody. But we can do that. I'll skip ahead. Chidai. Aburashia. Setai. Koko. Yeah, equals Tokoro. For place, which could be a physical place or a situation, a place in time where that happens. You know, Phil, if you can fill them out, fill them out. Time period, generation. Paburashia, paburash. I'm gonna take a quick look to make sure that's not a proper noun of something. Not finding it. Nope. Oh, it's Hubrasir? Yeah, situation. Yeah, it can be. Apparently this is from this. I guess the comic is referencing this. Yeah, ore, as in masculine I. Yeah, it's from a game. Live a Hero or liveahero.jp. Got the giant bulge there too. Is it a dating sim? Wasn't there some other gotcha game that were like, hey, these characters are kind of cool. Do we have to learn this now?もうすぐ障子も終わるからよ。終わったら一緒に、日向ぼっこしないか？職業リゾート船、今日清掃員. There we go. Oh, because of furry bait? I mean, if this is your kind of character. Risotto, 宇宙船. Ah, it's a spaceship. So that's the ship they're referring to. Nope, you can't get to my chicken for a third time tonight. Get away from my plate. So he's a member of the crew of this space resort ship. 主に清掃を担当している雑用系の男 A job man and cleaning. 天獣人系の宇宙人. So he's an alien who is a dog beast person. Okay, apparently this is This is what our stream is gonna turn into. Home shirase story system character shoukai. Here we go. And let him dog my... I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. I know what you're intending to say, but I don't know what the phrase you said means. It's some sort of diced word salad. If you know what I mean. No, I don't, but I still like it. Oh, see, most of these characters are not furry bait. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, here's the daddy bears. Shark, bunny girl. Is this a tanuki? Timid wolf? Oh, that's definitely a tanuki. Lion? Nerd? Robot? Bird? I know you can't see the third column, but when I highlight over it, you can see it pop up there. Don't worry, I'm not... Oh, here you go. Dog cop. I won't skip anything salacious, don't worry. Tiger. Bunch of people. Raccoon. You don't see a lot of raccoon characters. Chubby, not buff. Yeah, you can see what Box's type is there. Girl, dog. Oh. Some kind of cheetah, I guess? Or a leopard? Lion? Man, whose abs look that perfect? Guy wearing basically nothing. Demon. Another bird person. Clearly just used a marker like in Strong Bad. Winky tiger. Dark edgy wolf, who what, has a robot form? Girl who's not a furry but has like the hoodie with ears. Dropping home. What? Homestar Runner was awesome. We already talked about Trogdor. You know I watched that stuff. And anytime I talk about like my favorite dessert, these Swedish princess cake, it's like, well, so then it's got a layer covered in marzipan. I'm like, marzipan? Homestar1.net.com. Dropping deepest lore. What? We got buff dragon daddy with a giant bulge. Or maybe a fish man, maybe. Maybe it's a water dragon. We have Wolf, who kind of looks like an actual sailor. Yeah, see, look, they call him Publicere. They literally have it in Romaji. And then you have... Oh wow, this is... There's a lot there. Not saying don't TOS me, Twitch, but there's a lot of bulge there. Cool gunfighter. Oh, this is the barrel. This is the same one as the top dog. Oh, is it salad course time? Thank you. Thank you. I'm still working on this. Quotes Homestar Runner. Yes, there's... That's all you need to get to second base with Laveau. Oh, this is so good. Konbanwa, sorry how late today was. I don't want to think about it. You know what you could think of instead, Kunin? We're looking at above furry daddies. Hey there, sport. Nice job. How's my Coach Z impression? Military wolf? Looks like the summit, not safe for a phone gotcha I was looking at the other day. This one's called Live a Hero, or Live a Hero. I didn't see how they pronounce it. Don't tell me it's a not safe for work gotcha. Great, now she's even more interested. Oh my goodness, look at this outfit. He's basically wearing, like, see-through gauze over most of his important biddies. Mostly just like the one chubby raccoon and our space captain wolf. Oh, just wait. Chunky... I don't know what this is. Polar bear. Called Borealis. Yes. Polar bear who's a conductor, clearly. Tribal design. Some kind of wolf. Literally, they named him Furlong, which is also a unit of measurement. Oops. Here's a fox! Vulpecula. Much more trim and in-shape character. Look at that happy face on the fox. Bear and Lederhosen? I think we just found a big source of material if we want to study. all we have to do is have cute designs and then Foxes is going to want to learn about them. Is that a magical accordion? It looks like it. It looks like it's basically got some sort of magical bubble in the middle. Man, girl, man. Oh look, it's a hyena. You're stealing him for a D&D character? I mean, the general concept is fine, just don't steal his name and all of his backstory, too. Man. Another man. Hey, man. Dog. Wow, they're not even bothering to hide the bulge on that one. That's like right there. Man in Speedo. Robo Tiger? Looks like Uncle Rat has more colors going. Lion. Who would want a bard who's been turned into a bear? If you get bear strength, that's broken. Man. Girl. Guy who almost looks like a dog. He's got some sort of weird leaf ears on top. Can't see Lion's face. Too buff for you, though. Middle one? Wait, this one? You've seen him? Yeah, too buff, I think, for foxes. This one is what you're talking about. Where he's got like tool belts and stuff buckled around his body and his body's like straining against them. See, this is the kind of girl that I like wanna be, but not a furry here. Tiny old dog. Dog mustache. Thought that was a picture of you. Uh-huh. Man. Is this some sort of griffin or a kobold or something? We may have to look. You even dyed your hair red? True. Cute, because mustache makes him look old. Oh, Sergal! Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Mostly naked man. Mostly naked boy with dog. What? Cat? This is one of our first, like, what looks like a straight up cat. Hey, Lurg. Ooh, is this another fox? Or maybe it's a very svelte wolf? There's nothing weird about this. We're just looking at buff furry daddies. Ooh, snap. You think that's a wolf? Too angular for a wolf. Too trim. We can always look up the answer in the bio for the character. Bull? I'm not saying what you said was bull. I'm saying the character on the screen is a bull. Notice they're doing the same thing again. Where his belts are like strapped around his body and then his body's like straining around them. This is all in Japanese, clearly. Plague Doctor Bird? Maybe it's a raven? Man, that's an interesting outfit, but that looks like something they would put on a woman, usually in these kind of games. Oh! Bearded dragon? And not like a bearded dragon species, like a dragon with a beard. A red dragon, so Laveau might be perking up a little bit here. Sporty wolf or husky. Edgy dragon. Oh, see, here's another female furry. There we go. Now I have another character I could play. New spaceship Captain Wolf Dad Polar Bear Red Dragon Egg. Boxes is making a wish list. Zania. Cute. Person, don't care, lion. Dapper lion. Chunky polar bear. Very chunky polar bear, because you get to see a little bit of belly in there too. Boxes, did you make a note of that one? Is some sort of robo species, but also they put a giant package on them? Demon farmer. Looks like Fire Emblem tiger. and what do you want me to call them? I start running out of nicknames for these. No more day. Is that not enough for you, Laveau? Do you seriously need more than that? So funny how we got to this from a... What? I could have sworn I put a unit down. Whatever. Generally one daddy. Look, you can't argue with these daddy lovers. Human ones look out of place or wrong with all the furries. True. Hey, Lizana. You want German accent? Poxes is going to eventually have to redeem one to where I stop, though. You like that girl's outfit unless it's a boy, in which case I like the boy's outfit. Oh, this one? This is clearly a... I think it's a girl? Okay, less clear then. I'm guessing it's a girl because there's a tiara in the picture, but that doesn't preclude anything. Guys can wear tiaras, that's fine. You got your ears pierced? You're really happy? I got my ears pierced in November, so I know we're basically at the same time period. It is really cute, and to know that you have, like, cute earrings in there. My only problem is I've gotten a couple of infections now and then, so get ready for that. Make sure you keep your ears clean. Make sure you have the disinfecting solution and do it a lot. No bulge? I mean, there kind of is, though. Have you been able to swap out your earrings? I'm still using the Fox ones. I did take them out and put them back in, and it was okay. Does getting your ears pierced hurt? It's not so bad. It's kind of like if you've ever... Okay, this is probably a bad analogy. Imagine if you had a stapler accident. What's the link to this site? This is the game's website with the character list. Take a quick look at this just so we can figure it out. I mean, to be fair, she's kind of flat. Fashion designer? Does it say? I don't think it says. I don't see any gendered stuff in here at all. Staple my finger back in mid-cold. Yeah, it's more of the squeamish is like, ah, and you scream about it. But yeah, so I got my ears pierced and they kind of like took a little too long, so it was kind of a little painful, but it doesn't take very long. The biggest pain is, they say, oh, you have to clean around the earrings without taking them out 3 times a day for 2 months. And then after that, you still can get, because I sleep on my sides, and you can't take your earrings out for like a year, for very long, because you need to establish the ear piercing hole, so you kind of need to leave it in, so I keep rolling over, and I think it pulls at my earrings a little bit. I'm pretty sure this is a girl, but at the same time, I think they're trying to get her to pull off the sort of like tomboyish tuxedo look. Terrifying heels, do I manage it? Well, if you were piercing your own ears, it'd be a different thing. But the fact that you get someone else with the needle gun. Still want a pair? You can even just do 1 if you want, though often the price is usually for 2, so you may as well get 2. You're gonna do it anyway. Androgynous characters are your thing? Well, there you go. Because I can't find any text in here that says it. It just says that they're a fashion designer and they were surrounded by clothes at a young age. So. Alright. I put all my money on the tigers or bears every time for victory, though. Yeah, I mean, they don't... clearly not saying. Alright, so what do we want to do? I know there's a lot happening here. We have the comic with the character. Do we want to do this, and then do we want to start delving into this character's bio in the game? Is that what we're doing tonight? Yeah, so not publisher, but we looked it up and it comes out to... Nandeshitakke? Yeah, I should have just shrunk it down to 2 columns. It's clearly meant to be in 3 columns, though. Publisher. There we go. Alright, do we have what we need to... Is there some kind of neutral gender in Japanese? So there didn't used to be, and then non-binary people in Japan sort of created one. There's a lot of stuff in Japanese that isn't gendered. There's a lot that is, but there's a lot that isn't. And then they created basically 2 or 3 different non-binary pronouns in Japanese. Right? Fox is probably gonna hate this, but people requested lasagna wanted 3 minutes. 3 minutes of Sichuan accent, or the stereotypical accent, if you will. We have that in Portuguese, but it's kind of underused, bashed by conservatives, unfortunately. Ah. I see. That actually makes me even happier with how obvious the genders of some are. Must have been a purposeful choice to make that one hard to tell, though doesn't matter. Why can you do so many acts? Because my voice is very variable. This is something I can do. It's just a matter of just telling myself that I want to do this, and then I do it, and then that's it. It is kaput, as we say. It's just a matter of being able to recall. Oh, I should make it a little bit more feminine. Although if I talk like this, it makes it sound like I'm either speaking Swedish or I'm from Switzerland. Yeah, Fox says, of course, says that she doesn't like this, but we're halfway done. Don't worry. So somebody from Germany actually told me, please do a Swiss accent. I want to hear it. And I said, I don't know what a Swiss accent sounds like. And they said, it sounds like you go up and down and up and down. They're so much fun. Yeah? But I can go back to the regular German. Because they live in the mountains, yeah. It's like they're yodeling. I think Pobrasir-san was definitely like this. At the time period when he was a ship captain. You have to clip your syllables. You have to remember that you say what are you talking about? It's a little bit Colonel Klink from Hogan's Heroes, but It's just a matter of having sort of these voice samples in your head, and you can call on them. I'm starting to sound like the stereotype of Albert Einstein. I live close enough to Germany, so I hear a bit of German from time to time. Fox is probably happy. I'll stop. Don't worry. But see, that's fun. I like to think I can at least do a movie parody of French and Spanish and German and Irish and Scottish and all those. You'd ever make you happiest. Yeah. She says that until she redeems one saying, please stop. That's when you know it's gone too far or gone on too long. So, ship captain days or age. Abasier-san って絶対こういうとこあったと思うんですよ。So not necessarily こういうとこ, not like this necessarily, could be, was definitely こういうとこ, like this kind of situation, like this kind of thing definitely happened, I think. I hope you had fun. I hope you had fun. I mean, so if you're trying to talk like you're from Ireland, it's about trying to put a little bit of a spin, make it very smooth. You try to talk like this, try to sort of stretch your vowels out. It's all a different thing about knowing how to characterize the speech, the vowels, the consonants. You have to learn how to do it. And of course it takes practice. You have to practice it. If you're doing Scottish, it's all a matter of doing it like you imagine the dwarves in Lord of the Rings and all that. You're reminding me of Daniel Jackson in that one scene in Stargate, where he's like, I speak 23 different languages, pick one. I wish I could stay for the rest of this, but I possibly gotta go into town tomorrow. Sleepy time for Durg. Good night. Good night, Sleepy Durg. Have fun going into town. Ireland and Scottish are amazing accents. They are a lot of fun. I would like to show up there at some point. They're probably not amused by that, but it's funny when you speak two languages and the person in front of you also speak both things, and you switch from one language and they don't even know it. Yeah, sometimes it's like, I don't remember that word, but I'll just say it in this language. Good night, good night, good night, good night. I've seen YouTube videos of polyglots and acting on those video chat sites. I love seeing positive and wholesome chat roulette. And what's that other website? But you know what I'm talking about. There's a lot of like terrible interactions that happen on those, but the ones... Granted, it's another version of one of those really, really Caucasian guy suddenly speaks like fluent Mandarin, and like those are fun. The good ones feel really good because of what they're surrounded by. So there's this video where it's like these girls were from like Singapore, and they basically said like, do you speak Chinese? And he switches into Chinese, and they're like, and then he's like, but it sounds like you're speaking like a Singaporean variant. And they're like, we're from Singapore. And it's like, but actually like some of us are like from Malaysia, and they switches into Malaysian. I'm like, oh, fudge. Holy cow. I remember one point being surprised the other person responded to me in French, and I was like, normally they speak to me in English, and also they did it first and they said something in French. Well, sounds like you have good communication. Must be so amazing to be able to do that. だから、もっと日本語を勉強しろって言ってますよ、スプレッドシート。See? ability to switch it on and off into English and Japanese. Isn't that fun? Hey, Piano. Why do I keep thinking people in Singapore only speak Chinese? Well, I'm not saying only speak Chinese. It's definitely one of the main ones. Some of it's Chinese, some of it's Malaysian. Some of it's a combination of the two. Languages are really cool, and being able to communicate in other people's first language would be so nice. Yep, that's why I live there. That's why I was there for so long. I think Publicier definitely had this kind of thing. I'm gonna change the Maybe so like definitely had something like this. Sort of happen. In the time period when his ship captain. Does this make sense, Foxes? Also, the construction workers that I got in front of my house 2 years ago, they're from different countries entirely. We're managing to understand each other just by not talking the other language. I mean, if you're really good at your craft, you can probably just gesture and get a lot of that. Absolute. Alright. Let us move on. We'll take the cheesecake off the screen for a bit. Wait, first panel. Here's my impression of foxes telling me that. You can see it's actually Japanese. Starts on the right. Translating everything so far from the translation? No, that's okay. I think Nikki is able to follow along. Maybe give pointers and suggestions. Again, banana pretzel. I'm a little ambivalent as to whether that would taste any good. I'll try to match the words, practice reading. So this is one of the first ones we did at the start. This is sencho, ship. Ship captain, because it's cho meaning long. However, it does also have the feeling of elder, manager, leader. So we kind of have to interpret it when it's some kind of position. So we know shacho, company president, but now it's like bucho, section leader. Then we get up to like military ranks and stuff. It's like taicho, captain. So we kind of have to do kind of a mix and match. In Japanese, a lot of them just end in cho, which is easy. But then you have to figure out what that matches up to in English. So the difference between kancho and sencho. Kancho is talking about like big ocean ships, and sencho here maybe boats, and they also seem to use it for like spaceships. Also, fusen, wind ship, aka balloon. Toki no aburashi. Okay. I don't understand the last panel. I can't read the last kanji. Let's figure it out. Yeah, shutter chance. So this is wasei eigo. This is Japanese. They know shutter is the button that snaps the picture for a camera. So shutter chance, they'll either put this for like quick time events or like tours. It's like, okay, here's your chance to take a picture of this thing. Here's a great photo spot. They love the word chance. Kakko yosugiru. It's too cool. これは他の船員にシェアしなきゃ。I have to share this. Cool looking captain. Oops. Kizukareta? Verb form here, double check. Passive voice. Because coming from the verb kizuku, to notice, kizukareru is passive. You'll hear this a lot. Kizukareta, passive of notice, to be noticed. And you'll hear it in situations where characters are like sneaking around, spying on or surveilling people, or trying to be like looking in the locker room, or whatever kind of anime antics they'll get up to. Oh, I have to scroll down again. Koyoku totte kurena. Yep. Please take a cool picture. Fan service. Apparently the text is less important than the bulge. Also notice how the yellow foxes just keep like How's the passive form assembled? So passive voice, passive. In Godan verbs, you go from the U column to the A column and add reru. That gives you the base form of the passive. So you're missing the last kanji here. I'm gonna have to move it down a little bit. Almost as pale? Not quite, because this one's very gray. So the word to sweat in itself is ase. Sweat or sweated, I think, depending. I think maybe it's sweated, sweat. English is crazy weird. It's you sweated on my shirt. Sure. Yeah, I think it's just sweated. Both feel wrong and right. Dislike English more and more. Or you like English less and less. Ase o nagasu to be like have sweat like running off you. Or ase o kakeru. Ase o kaku? Ase o kaku. So nagasu is going to be more like it's just like running off you, whereas kaku is to like break out in a sweat, I believe. I don't remember it from the exercises I got when I was in 8th grade where the teacher was doing a test every class to see if we learned our past tense in English. It's regular. So then that would be sweat, sweated, sweated. In modern English, the most common way to use sweat in the past tense is sweated, but sweat is also considered correct. Great. Stand by what you said as in English sucks. Noted. Was Fox is talking about sweat? Probably for the sweat emoji she has of like, oh, heh heh heh. So there are multiple options that make it feel wrong. There's multiple options and neither of them feel exactly right. Sweatin'? That sounds like sweeten, and that's gross. Because then I get salty taste in my mouth. Yes, like that. Is this son? Like Ken Song? No, it's not. I feel like that is son, though. I am so good. As for what it means, a little bit less good on that. I'm glad at least I got the reading of it. It is Son from Sonke. Sonke, Soncho, Hotoi. Value preciousness, nobility, or totoi. Abrashia-san, ocha na seikaku o miteru hora majime na kao shite shikoto shiteru toki ni fuzakete kamera o mukattara piece de nikatte waratte kya yappu moe de buka o nanni mo bring the shooter in school to Australian redneck. No, it's stuff you don't practice a lot. Don't beat yourself up. Let me help. So apparently this is originally some sort of original meme, which they then illustrated. So this is the original meme where he's very serious. He has a very serious face when doing work. And then like sees the camera, turns towards it and goes, hee hee, and like grins at the camera with the peace sign. Like that's the meme, and that's what we have in the picture here. So this song is valuable. Or totoi. Valuable, precious. It's definitely lack of practice in autopiloting stuff we do every day. But that's why the joke is that average American only speaks like 0.8%, 0.8 or 80% of the language. 0.8 of a language. Because a lot of people know how to speak, they don't know why. And a lot of people also don't speak properly. And the annoying thing is when I was teaching English in Japan, and I've mentioned this before, other teachers around me would like, I'd hear them teaching like I had a free period or something, or I was eating lunch, and I hear them, I'd say, I'd wait until their class was out because I didn't want to shame them in the class. I'd say, well, it's actually this. And they're like, well, it's different where I'm from. I'm like, ugh. So some people don't want to learn. Some people deliberately like, well, yeah, but it's different for me. Or I don't care. I've literally had teachers say, I don't care. I'm just doing this for the money and I don't care. I'm like, but your job is to teach. But, because that's how they talk. Yeah, and some of them were from Australia. The ones who didn't care. Kind of not safe work. Okay, I'll open it over here. Well, yes and no. I think it's safe enough to put on there. But yes and no, so it doesn't mean big dragons. Oh, Mahjong, winning hand, closing, Pong Kong are the three types of dragon tiles. So the white dragon, the red dragon, and the green dragon. Those are the three dragon tiles in Mahjong. And so it's called a Mantang, like full points. I think it's like a 16,000 point hand in Mahjong, if you can get all three of them. Alright, I'll put it on the screen. Yakuman? Yeah, Yakuman is a point value in Mahjong. So, white dragon, red dragon, green dragon, and each of the three dragons has the Mahjong tile of that character as earrings. Good evening, all. Got about 15 minutes at this time of this message before I go home from work. Just want to say hello and that you're all loved. Good night, Duchess Lady Cat. Scooch off home as soon as you can. Thanks for checking in. Are you sure that's a fox? I thought it was some kind of wolf or dog. I know the tail shape is definitely fox. Oh, okay. Foxtails, it's definitely a foxtail, but then, like, this didn't seem fox-like. So, to me, it looks like a dog with a foxtail. By the way, I bought myself a new pair of opera gloves. Are you going to the opera, or are you just like having the gloves? All right. So, we got through a page. Soyu toko. So, I think what they're saying is it's not soyu. So they'll sometimes abbreviate this. Soyu toko. That kind of situation. It's precious. It's valuable. He loves it. I don't know why they do... Usually this color scheme where they go completely, like, blank is usually something bad. So I was a little surprised from the body language that this is actually something really good. But he's basically like, oh my gosh, that is so precious. Our serious captain, like, does the cutesy peace signs at the camera. Hello cards. Hello. Look what opera gloves were. Yeah, opera gloves, basically long formal gloves. They'll slip over your hand, and then they'll usually go over your elbow. So that's what sort of differentiates from just like regular gloves, which sort of stop wrist, a little bit beyond the wrist sometimes. Well, class, where are we going from here? I don't think there's a continuation. Did you want to go through that character's bio? Yeah, after the Thirst comic, do you want to do some light reading? Light reading, I say. Wants to see my shirt design? Oh yeah, sure. Here, let me show you the design. I've also got this one. Here. I like this one a lot too. And then there's this one. This is such a good shirt, which doesn't exist, but maybe we should make it as a shirt. Alright, here's our next section. Right? Herbaceer Bio. It's gonna be a little bit more kanji heavy than the previous part, but still could be useful. First word is occupation. Well, we also have a quote up here too. Recognize some of the kanji, but far from all of them for sure. I mean, if you've been paying attention, I did read this out. You got up to put on pants. Getting cold? Yeah, checked the weather. They said your area was getting a high of 48 degrees Fahrenheit. Still a little chilly down there. Here, why don't I'll just save time and I'll copy these down from the page. And now we have text to work with. And actually I'll switch back to the other classroom. seikaku. But don't forget we have seikaku and we have
Hey,
jinkaku.
it's been a minute. Don't forget to drink some water, stretch, and check your posture. Your health comes first.
Making hot chocolate? Fine, I'll have some water. Sheesh. I remember every other time Spurchy was making tea or making a hot chocolate. Or making a Milo. Got it. Sekaku is how you react to situation versus Jinkaku, more of how you are. So your personality is kind of like not how you react, but how you are naturally. The reaction is more of your character. Because how do you differentiate between your personality and your character? Your personality is how you are when things are good. Your character is who you are when things are bad. Like a scary situation, somebody needs rescuing. Do you run away? Do you run toward? That's the difference of character. You know what's fire? A Milo sandwich? Does it burst into flame? I mean, I look at that spreadsheet has shown pictures of that, and it feels like it's kind of like an Ovaltine kind of mixture. Not by itself. What else do you put in there? Nothing flammable. I mean, if it has meat or oil, it's going to be a little flammable. Just mild. So you take bread. Isn't it a dry powder? Are you adding a little water to make it like a paste or something? Butter. There you go. There's our moisture agent here. Need a little something, because otherwise it's just dry powder on dry bread. Hey, digital dear. Itsuneko hime konbanwa. Hey there, digital dear. How you doing? Yeah, I put the quote from the page. I just copied it all off the page so that we can get to the larger view. You're eepy? It's only 9 o'clock. What happened? Oh, you got up. I thought you were, like, falling asleep at this hour. No, you got up. You're just getting up now. What time are you going to go to bed if you're just waking up from a nap? You know? Have to use butter, can't use margarine. Interesting. Any ideas on this one? Close. Soji. Cleaning. That's okay. We'll blame it on your cold foot pobs. Do you toast them, or do you eat it untoasted? Because who doesn't like melted butter on bread? Milo-flavored fairy bread, which is perfect for you, spreadsheet. I bet you eat fairy bread all the time. Owaru kara yo. Owattara. I'll do the easy ones, save you some time. So proud of myself for reading that one out loud. Forgot the kanji weren't done yet. That's fine. Himu? There's a reason why I know this one. I know it from Naruto, actually. Because one of my favorite characters from Naruto is named Hinata. Specifically, this is a sunny place because it is facing the sun. And funnily enough, they were making a joke because her name is from the Hyuga family, and her first name is Hinata, and so both of these are pronounced differently depending on the situation. This is Hyuga, the family name. So this was her family name, and then basically this was her given name. So then specifically we get on to this part. Hinata Bokko. Sunbathing. The one you were probably trying to type is something like Himukau. If you do Himukau, it's facing the sun, but as a verb. Yeah, unfortunately this is one of those that you kind of just have to know. That there's sort of the, not Ateji, I forgot the other one. I'll stare directly at the sun, but never in mirror. I was singing that the other day. It's the same as sun, it's the same as day. Because one sun, one day. And also Sunday. You'll get two of them. Alright, so now you get to translate the whole quote, which is basically a little bit of flirting. Kind of. I would do the first part more like, since I'll be done here soon, like what Fox's has. Because you gotta remember that it's owaru kara, since or because. So because this, then that. So you're on sort of the right track with mo sugu meaning very soon or soon after, but mo sugu in just a little bit more time I'll finish. So the flirting is, why don't we go sunbathe together? Yeah, these are a little bit hard to know, but now you've at least experienced it. You'll be done soon instead of I'll because of the yo at the end of the half me kind of informing the listener of the information. Yep. See, there's little clues around. It doesn't seem like it because sometimes Japanese is very understated. Looks like a weird upside down barcode. I'm sure there's a barcode somewhere that looks like that. Actually, it looks like the postal barcodes. They do that sort of half line. Sunbathing is in Belgium is hard to do. It's not hard to do. It's just hard to get any results. You can go outside all you want, but you don't have a lot of sun. Yeah, see? Postal barcodes. It's that, but upside down. Well, so this is the... I think this is the encoding of the zip code into this form so that the mail sorter can sort of zip it off to the right department faster. Feel free to borrow some Australian sun if you want to cosplay as an aubergine. For those of you who don't speak British English, aubergine is an eggplant. Alright, so we're getting to the profession, which you said you don't know how to say. This is shokugyo. Profession. I want to go to Australia at some point. Sounds lovely aside from all the poisonous creatures. Also, it's pretty nice here. The creatures aren't a huge issue, but the sun can suck all the moisture out of you. As long as you do proper skin protection, it's fine. So, like I said, there is a whole book dedicated to the Lost Continent in the Discworld series. And the Incarnation of Death basically asks his library, give me a list of all of the poisonous creatures in the Lost Continent. And then he basically gets smashed by like 1,000 different books. Basically saying almost everything is poisonous. And then he climbs out of the books and he says, okay, well, let me rephrase that. Give me a list of the harmless creatures of the Lost Continent. And eventually, like, a single sheet floats down, and he reads it and says, it's something like, a few bugs and some grass. That's the only harmless thing in that area. Well, okay, fair, but they'll leave you alone if you leave them alone. And by leaving them alone, that includes don't put your foot into your shoe because a giant spider crawled into your shoe. That does not count as leaving them alone. The only venomous mammal? Platypus. Platypus is a weird one. That's why you smack the shoe on the ground before you put on. Does that also not count as disturbing the spider? Say so in, correct. So it's this kanji now, because it's not the sen from before. Probably run away when it falls out. Probably. Yeah, it's sen there too. That's its onyomi. Give me the kunyomi. Place the spider so the giant push is trying to squash you. I'm not saying it's not justified. I'm just saying that it feels like spiders crawl into shoes a lot more there. Bune is correct. So kind of more like boat. Fune is more like boat, and then you can have a different one that's more of a ship. Why you put your sock in the shoe when camping? There are so many like, well, when you're Australia, you ought to do this or you're gonna have a bad time. But no worries. Just have a bit of a spider bite on your foot. And frankly, you were bloody asking for it. Just sticking your toes in his face like that. Risotto? Think less food. Think more vacation. Resort. Resort ship. English is weird. So if you're talking about Italian risotto, I think it would have the small tsu instead. Risotto, no risotto. O tabetai. I like risotto. It's all carbs, but it is delicious. Pretty easy to make, too. You just have to be patient. It's basically rice and, like, chicken broth. You basically just simmer that over the stove. Uncooked. Uncooked rice. You cook the rice in the chicken broth, and it just becomes really flavorful, soaking up all of the flavor out of the broth. And then you basically have broth rice. And then typically you'll like dice up some mushrooms or something and sort of saute that with some onions, and delicious. I never forget to eat on days where we have class. You're welcome. Always reminding people to eat well. So foxes, you did get sei so ing. But what does it mean? You read it. You read it correctly. You did read it. You totally put the... Oh, sensoi. Oh, okay. I saw the dot and then I thought you were just splitting up the kana. So basically this kanji here is not the feelings one, it's purification. There's a verb here, kiyomeru. As a verb to purify, to cleanse. So it's kiyomeru, and then its onyomi is sei. How's that? You like the new format? Gives people some katakana practice too. Hi, cat! Can I help you? So it's basically the same as soji as far as cleaning, but it may be a little bit more involved if you're purifying it. Is that the same word as with idol culture purity norms? I don't know those. Really, maybe? Maybe is about as far as I can say. You know what? I forgot to take my pill. Go take my antibiotics. Give me about 30 seconds to a minute. I'll be back soon. Alright, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Oseki. Yeah, could be. Would you like to order? Well, now I'm hungry again. Now that I knew that there's someone taking my order. What do I feel like? I just had a Asian chicken salad. It was tasty. I could always go for a burrito. Ooh, or some Thai food. More of that spicy ramen? I want the spicy ramen that makes my tummy hurt. I can cook for you and add so much spice that your tummy hurts. Like, if that's what you want. So basically, we have purification cleaning person. So we basically may as well just call them a janitor. Oh, Seiso. I've read that one before. The problem is sometimes if you recognize enough of a character, sometimes you can use the same onyomi, but that didn't work there. Janitor custodian? You want to go with that? That sound less demeaning? Wow, Seiso literally is cleaning, garbage collection, and scavenging. Cleaner, janitor. No, I was right, janitor. Like Max? Who what? Who what now? Oh, Mad Max. I'm like, who's Max? Sounds cute. Alright, so we have our first full sentence of the bio. For those of you who can't read the kanji, please try to read the hiragana, and then once we get through putting the pieces together, see if you can sort of start to see how the pieces are connected. Left side of my keyboard is still kind of janky for my energy drink decided I didn't want to be inside its can anymore. It wanted its freedom spreadsheet. You should understand that. Tonsil, yay! It's another one that's been giving you trouble. I was happy you got the one yesterday during our private study. I'm sure the last one in the combination of kanji, I'm not sure anymore. You know this kanji. You know this kanji from both the word complicated or miscellaneous or magazine. 3 words. Zatsuyoke, correct. Here, why don't we split this into pieces? Uchu-sen. Uchu is outer space, then sen just becomes ship. Uchu-sen, spaceship. Omoni is correct. Spaceship. Uchu. Literally just outer space. So it's an outer space ship. Oop. Omoni. Mainly, primarily, we did say so recently. Kanto, which Fox is very happy about. She has been working on that one for a while, and she finally got it to just pop out naturally today. Meaning, you got Tanto. How would you summarize it? Like an alien next to a UFO abducting a house? Kind of, yeah. If that's the kind of mnemonic you want to use, go for it. Totally makes sense. Not K, actually. Zatsuyo Gakkari. Also, Fuiwu. I only remember Uchu from talking to Wolf so much. Got it? Doesn't Ta mean rice field? Yes, but not often, usually not by itself. What's your turn or responsibility? Kind of, you're really close. Tanto is person in charge of something. So not necessarily like the manager. In the sense it could be a little more like an account manager. You're not a manager, but you manage the accounts. So in that sense, you're the accounto tanto. You're responsible for dealing with them and for like managing those. So when you see this kanji here, which I've mentioned that comes up in a fair number of words that we've studied, fukuzatsu, zashi, and here's another one, Zatsudan. I actually thought of that one too, because that's this category I'm streaming under. What was the third one? What was the other one I told her? I said complicated. I said... good enough. Fukuzatsu. So the kanji is multiple plus miscellaneous. So when you have multiple miscellaneous kind of all over the place, it's complicated. There's lots of little pieces to it. Zashi. Magazine. Because this is sort of miscellaneous topics. Plus, like, publication. not article, what's it called? Periodical. And then we have zatsudan. Again, the miscellaneous kanji first, plus talk or advice. This becomes chatting. And that's what the category that I stream under is called in Japanese, zatsudan. They just chatting. Convo slash advice. So you see the common thread between all of these. Actually, you can't do between. The common thread among all of these, my senior English teacher still haunts me at those kinds of things. Between is only for 2, among is 3 or more. So the common thread among these is the miscellaneous kind of pieces to it. So then what we have is miscellaneous use plus related. So now that you know it's not hey, very similar, but gakkari, can you put this together? Anyone? Nikki? Boxes? I'll take anybody. I will take anyone. I'm like spreadsheet. Sorry, you're back? I'm not sorry you're back. Zashi. Zashi. So, basically this is unlike the one, the dash in katakana, which is basically extension of the vowel for half a second, you can think of the small tsu as a quarter second little hiccup. I know, you said sorry back, which makes it sound like you are sorry that you're back, and I'm not sorry that you're back. I'm glad you're back. And a very common beginner question in Japanese is, why did you change the sound? Why did you go from zatsu here into za? Because the zatsu sound would clash with the shi. Zatsushi. And it's like, it's too choppy. So it just becomes zashi. It sort of compacts into one. Easier to say. So when you have similar sounding letters at the end of one and the beginning of another, sometimes they'll do this thing where they'll sort of fuse into this kind of thing. Zasushi, yes, there you go. Yeah, so menial tasks or miscellaneous odd jobs. Which, if you've seen Austin Powers, they're referencing a villain from, I think the movie was Dr. No, maybe? And the guy was named Odd Job, and he threw a hat. Austin Powers had random task who would throw a shoe. Not a very subtle James Bond reference. So it's weird that you look at the picture and you think, oh, he's like some sort of space warrior, mighty captain. No, he's the janitor. Austin Powers was hilarious. I love that movie. Alright, next section. Starting to get into the nitty-gritty. Yeah, baby. Uchujin, alien cause out of space, the space person. See how easy it is to sort of almost mathematically join these words together? Yeah. The space out person. Yeah. Yeah. Uchujin. Canine human beast. Okay. So you know how to say it, but I'm guessing that you chopped him up into pieces and stuck them together. Do you know how to say it properly? Actually, this is still probably Sen as well. Resort ship. Probably just gonna change this one to Sen. You don't think you do? So you know this one as Beast. You know its kunyomi is Kemono. No? So this is going to be Enjujin. Or maybe Inujujin. Yeah, I think they want that instead. So dog plus beast person. K. This is K. A dog beast person type alien. So actually at the very start of the stream we mentioned actually it was Arctic Wolf who said, why is it Gatsu versus Getsu? And I said the different reading denotes a different nuance to the same idea. Hey Derpsmurgers, discovered a Korean drama series about a woman being turned into a chicken. Yes. That got dangerously close to winning the movie poll about a week or so ago. It was already on the movie poll. So the difference, Kunin, is that Jin is sort of the overall general person, whereas Nin is like a nationality kind of person. Or Ichinin, Sannin, Yonin, counter for people. If you suggest it and it wins, you must watch it. I will not have people suggest things that I'm then stuck with watching. Alright, next sentence. I know Fox is probably going to say, I don't... Oh, you do know Sun! Oh, good! I thought you were going to say, I don't know this one, but then I was going to say, it's in Sun. Yeah, Tayo. Yoki, correct. Good. Yeah, Yoki. Genki, I'm sure it's not the same sound, but I know the kanji. Nope. The key is exactly the same. Although, that was Fox's first major kanji betrayal. Because she's like, I love this kanji, it's always pronounced ki, and then it wasn't. Probably even higher than that. One thing led to another. Now I have shiny aqua nails. Pretty. Does it match your skirt? Not K, but just K. K or gay. Yeah, she was so happy. She's like, oh, okay. I love this kanji. It makes me feel so safe that it doesn't have a weird pronunciation, and then it backstabbed her for quad damage. Owner? Mochi Nishi, very good. Nushi by itself is master, and mochi from the verb motsu, to have. So this is the owning master, aka the owner. typically not used for animals. If you're talking about a pet, it's usually a kainushi. Kainushi is the owner of the pet. Owner in the sense of they own this and have this. Possessor, compared to kainushi, specifically a pet owner. No, kainushi would be better. Or you could go with onushi, but that's a little bit archaic. You'd probably just go with Goshujin-sama. That would also work. How about these? We got 2 words here. What's a very pale color? That's what I think of when I think of like pool water. Nonki is kind of like happy-go-lucky. Kind of just kind of a meh. It's a little bit lazy. It's a little bit, whatever. The owner of a sunny and kind of happy-go-lucky character. Okay. Light color, slight glitter. Yeah, I like nail polish with glitter. My blue nail polish, the Hypnotica, often has glitter in it, but then by the time the top coat gets worn off, it takes the glitter with it, so it stops being glittery. I know this first one's gonna be a little bit of a problem. Maybe you'll get it though, you've been doing really well today. Oh man! Oh jeez, Rick! This is the building kanji. First one building, second one kenko no ken. Well, it's a different kanji though. Different radical, because yours has the person radical This doesn't have that. Advertisement? Looks like it, but it's not. Hanazo, guess I should go to bed. Yeah, you should be going to bed because you have the time change coming up, so spring time change sucks butts. Oh man. Good night, Lurg. Well, Lurg's time change is going to be on Sunday, I think. Enzochu. So, this is what we were talking about earlier, the cheat code on Onyomi, Nikki, because you had a character that was like 90% the same. They're both Ken. Yeah, so when most of the characters the same, but they have a different radical, sometimes you can try the same Onyomi of the character you know and assume it's the other. Kaizo no Zo, very good. You certainly heard a lot of Kaizo from Mario Maker, but Kaizo means modification. But it's also part of Kuru. There's an alternate Tsukuru kanji to create. My sense is just that this Tsukuru is kind of like more involved than just like making something. Like making dinner is one thing. Making a building is a completely different scale of thing. So Kenzo, to erect a building. I thought Kaizo Mario all the time has some sort of evil or distorted. So it's actually, the word is actually unrelated to what it means, which I was told by foxes eventually what that means. That Kaizo just means that they've got like, literally would mean like it's heavily modified, like there's a bunch of stuff, like hidden blocks and stuff, but then it eventually turned more into leaning towards heavy reliance on game mechanic tricks. An E621 post that is safe for work? What? They are losing their touch. Item abuse. Oh, the invisible block, yeah. They made sure that his pants were very filled out. Kind of a nice little blazer look. So he's got some Ray-Bans or something expensive on there.
Hey, it's in a minute. Don't forget to drink some water.
And then you said the
stretch,
other one.
And check your posture. Your health comes first.
What? I'm trying to get the line. Alright. Have some water. A little bit blushy boy. Oh, the flowers. Oh, you're talking about onyomi. Kunyomi? The Japanese pronunciation of kanji, and the onyomi. Because when you read faster, so if I were teaching the word for the first time, I would read it a lot slower. But as it is, it's like, oh yeah, the onyomi is like, oh, I kind of like ate that syllable in trying to read the word quickly. Mm-hmm. This word here talking about erecting the building. Listening comprehension also gets better the more familiar with the word. True, because your brain knows what to expect. And as we've experienced, if you don't know any of the words, you have little chance of grasping them because your brain will filter it out as noise. Hey, Lucienne. How you doing? Well, come on in. No need to lurk. So, that reminds me of this thing, which is in Shinjuku. How's Akitsu tonight? I'm doing very well. People in chat are probably tired of me talking about this, but I got my first speech therapy session, so we'll see if that helps. So it reminds me of this building, actually. So I lived near here, and my friends and I would go to lunch near this building. And they were building it up, and were basically like, I cannot believe they're making a building in that shape. Well, I mean, the speech therapist was like, oh my gosh, your voice is pretty good. Your pitch is right in the right zone, and you're doing a lot of the right things, but she said, we can still work on more. So I'm like, wow, that building looks very phallic. And my friend and I, of course, with the humor that we have, we're like, wow, it's a big penis. And so we often talked about them erecting that building. And for people who are like, that's not a penis, it's just an oval, oblong building. The creator of the building says it's supposed to be an alien cocoon. Oh, okay. It just happens to have a dome at the bottom, which is an alien egg. You're like, no, that's a penis. Alien cocoon and egg. Yep, this building exists in Shinjuku, sort of like west of central Tokyo. You can see it. Oh yeah, my friend and I were like, oh, when they finish erecting the building, are they going to release some white balloons out of the top? Yes, you can see that my friend and I are very, very mature for our age. Yeah, I don't know about the string thing. It's all wrapped and coated. And it's apparently an art school. It's not even some sort of exotic business building. It's an art school in a lot of it. Behavior's cyclical sometimes. You act like children and laugh at silly jokes. You get older and then you start laughing at the same kinds of things again. You laugh at farts. You laugh at penis jokes. Hey, Bunny Paw. Penis? Yes. Penis. That's too large for me. Just saying. I am very ambitious, but I'm not that ambitious. What is it? It's Ryu. Like when we talk about like Ryu, say? This is a meteor because it is a flowing star. You just need some practice? I don't think I can get practice. I'm gonna get arrested first. Naked fox climbs building in Shinjuku. Sounds like an excuse. Why don't you try it? Most foxes are naked? Yeah. Most foxes don't have these though. So you can watch? No, you have to prove to me that it's possible. You're telling me that I'm chickening out from doing it. So Hyoryu, again, I can guess this because there's a similar kanji that uses hyo, like to hyo, without the radical. First character is nageru, to throw. So this is actually voting, because it's throw plus vote. You have to literally throw your vote for it to count. So it's just a matter of finding more characters so that you can sort of build up this repertoire of characters that you can pull out as needed. I'll do the easy ones. 近くの海を漂流しているところを And this one. Hogo. Good. Correct. Welcome back. Nikki finished off this sentence. I want to date this wolf dog captain thing guy so that he gets comfortable in a relationship, lets himself go working at an office job or something, so he ends up with a bit of a gut. As that I used to be fit, but now I'm getting older and a bit chubby body type. I mean back, yes. I mean, clearly you said all that when you said you were back. It's just reading between the lines. So apparently this means to drift. Floating or drifting plus flowing then means you're drifting somewhere else. Yes. They play some Eurobeat. They could take the ship and go make some sharp turns. Clearly, well, I mean, I suppose you could do this with a speedboat, but I don't know if you should. Alright, so we have the full sentence now. Whole goal, like protection or custody. I was surprised when I did the Sudoku cats game and they talked about the cats being hogoed, as in adopted, because you get custody of them from the shelter. Yeah, the adopted kitties. How much more do we have of this? It's not too bad, but we would have to pick up the pace. Because we're kind of getting to the end of stream. Foxes, did you want to, Or you just put in lyrics? So do we want to So we still have to finish this sentence. Did you want to do the last two and lyrics and be gone? Or do you want to come back to these later? Do your lyrics. And then end? Foxes makes decisions like me, in that you don't. True. Yeah, when my friend asked me what I'm going to go eat, I said, I don't know, food? Good choice. We contemplated not eating food or eating things that are not food. And I'm not in the mood for that. I mean, the sentence is not so bad, except for right here. Like, this is the worst part of the sentence. The rest of it I think you could do, but we also don't need to rush through it. You've eaten not food before? Did it taste like crap? Oh, song you were doing for Beat Saber today? Tasted like a candle, because it was a candle. Yeah, don't eat candles, they kind of give you a waxy build-up. I just realized someone who showed up to my stream today apparently have on my VRC friends list. Oh! Look like a cherry pie? Yeah, I have a Christmas ornament that looks like a cherry pie as well, but I'm not gonna eat it. It's a baked ornament. And take a quick look. Open the VRC website to bookmark a world. Saw a name, was like, hey, wait a minute, they showed up on stream today. I was wondering why the name's familiar. Your friends in VRC first before they showed up to my stream? Well, that's true. You do have your stream data in VR chat, so do you remember how to say hourglass in Japanese, Foxes? You can translate the title for me. No? Fine, I'll give you the translation for it. Sand clock. Now can you do it? You used to know this. Is it in Sabaku? Yeah, it's the first one, but it's not pronounced like that. It's the kunyomi for this. Yep, hourglass is a sand clock. Do not okay. Don't cheat! I'm right here. Not okay. What are they called? Hourglasses. That's what we're talking about. Are you talking about something else? The desert level in Mario Odyssey, they say Tsuna all the time at the end of their sentence. They weren't toads? Skull masks? Oh. Like Skull Kid. Right, I can't fix this. Is this where I give in? Naosu, naosenai. Naosenai yo. これで諦める to give up, to give in. Kokoka? Is this the place where I give up? Situation, place, just did this. Here, I'm gonna let foxes do this. Falling through the hourglass. Yeah, so hourglass, aka sand plus watch or clock. And I don't think I'll ever make it back. Okay, I'm actually doing this backwards. So, modoreru koto nante nai to omoimasen. Omowanai. Negative of I think. Actually, I think I'll get rid of that. So the able to make it back, things like that, I don't think so. So I throw stones at walls I'll never climb. Why is this double? Victim to the sands of time. Maybe there's 2340 days. Or maybe they just stop showing up on the platform. Or they lost access to their account or something. Maybe. I hope so. That'd be a cheerier thought. Maybe forgot their password, maybe they don't have internet, maybe they're in Africa. Wandering hermit enjoying the vast outdoor beauty of the world. Yeah, maybe they went off the grid, maybe they decided that they didn't want to be part of the rat race anymore and they're just living off the land. 28 days ago, and you know they passed away? Noboru to climb. Noboranai. Oops. Abe. Wall. Me. Ishi. O. Nageru. Victim to the sands of time. Okinosuna. And Giseisha. Yes, I know some big words, because when the news would come on, they talk about and the victim. Gisei is to be sacrificed, so this is the sacrificed person. $12 years. Oof. Some 12 years and some change. Mm-hmm. I know how many years, but I'm trying not to say your age on stream. It's been 6,000 days since I was last on my WoW account. Oh, you quit a while ago then. Oh, I guess I quit a while ago. I think it was like 8 years ago? Oh. I only played enjoy because of people. So I actually ended up another year past that. My friends stopped playing. And I'm like, well, I want to keep going. And then they tricked me with, well, look, you get a free copy of Diablo 3 if you subscribe for a year of WoW. Like, look, free stuff. To get that $50 game, I spent $15 times 12. Hashtag not good at math. Paired up with a lady from Romania. It sounds like it's the start of a limerick. And we worked really well together. I kind of missed it. We could take on entire groups of many players together and come out on top. Now I'm imagining this whole mountain of bodies, you two on top. Still play well, but like, I still think Final Fantasy XIV is just better in every way. I'm not touching that. I know how much time it would sink into Final Fantasy XIV. I don't touch any MMOs these days because I don't feel sick. I'm not worried about touching them, I just know that I would sink a lot of time, and so I specifically stay away from them. It was like work instead of fun exploration. Yeah, that's how I felt. Because I was playing during Mists of Pandaren, and I was like, oh, I can't go to bed yet. I still need to go through and do my dailies on all of my characters. I need to go plant my crops and kill monsters in my fields before I can sleep. Alright, I guess I'll do these. 直せないよ、これね。あ、砂時計に落ちてる。I am falling. 戻れる to be able to return. なんてないと思わない。I don't think that I... wait. I think I doubled it up. 戻れるなんて思わない. There we go. That makes more sense. The be able to return? I don't think so. But the show for life? So I throw stones at the walls I'll never climb. Will not climb walls. Ishi, stone o nageru, to throw. Toki, time. No, suna, sand. Which is fun, the kanji for this is small rocks. Hiseisha is the victim, the person who was sacrificed by this. Yep, sand. Lance! Hi, Lance. Lance Charge playing Pizza Tower. Lance is a lovely, lovely girl. Also streams. I met them a long time ago. And what really struck me, aside from profound amounts of cursing, was very down-to-earth streamer who used to stop when I haven't seen your streams in a long time, but used to stop when you got raided and say, let's look at this person's VODs, and like really get to know someone. I was so impressed by that. Because that's more than most streamers do, which is like, thanks for the raid, okay, now what was I doing again? Let me go back to what I was doing. I gave you my 5 seconds of acknowledgement. But Lance really goes the extra mile there. How am I doing? Doing well. We're actually just at the very end of our stream. Yeah, so the word suna is sand, comprised of the radical of rock, ishi, and small, tsukunai, which is little, few. Wow, after all that trash talking, you better review the VOD of the next person. Oops. Sorry, I think I might have put a lot of pressure on you. And you get to see me, Lance. You get to see my, like, actual avatar rather than the fallback avatar I have to use in VR chat because I'm such a noob. That's not trash talking. I'm saying I admire that. Trash talking other people for not doing it? I can't say somebody's doing a really good job without making people feel bad for not doing it. You can't give any compliments at that rate. Adorable and lovely? Yes, and I also have this shirt. Cute, huh? Quick compliment my meatloaf. I threw it in the microwave. I bet it's tomatoey, salsy goodness with extra meat. Would you do anything for meatloaf? That's you and me. OMG, your meatloaf is like total fire. Microwaves work miracles, right? Keep slaying in the kitchen, babe. I don't know, that sounds kind of dangerous. Don't slay in the kitchen. Just a great bat out of hell. There you go. You would do anything for meatloaf, which you won't do that. I'm gonna smash my Alexa.brb and say this, but she knows. You know what you did. No, including that? Wow, spreadsheet will do anything including that. Spreadsheet officially can go further than meatloaf does. Well, Lance got here, now I want to stay longer. We were actually talking about raiding out soon. But, just letting you know, this is the kind of fun you can get up to when we start streaming. Our date, a little review here. Differences of readings of kanji. Different kinds of necks. Your wrist is your hand neck. Your ankle is your leg neck. And your nipple is clearly your boob neck, so I know the last one didn't really need to be said. Kind of went without saying. How do you say you're hungry? Thirsty? And today, a lot of it was, what are useful things you might need to say? What if you're a tourist in Japan? Lots of stuff like this. And then suddenly, sexy wolf daddy, of course, requested by foxes. Doesn't that imply the nipple should connect to something on the other side? Yeah, I kind of thought about that. Well, you have the boob, then you have the nipple, and then you have the person clamped to the nipple. There you go. So we were looking at sexy wolf daddy. Who was this character? non-Euclidean nips up here? Yeah. Aren't your nips shaped like Klein jars? Klein bottles? No, I'm just about to wrap up. Not 100% sure I'm going to be doing a full fix for Beats Avatar need fix and Lisa being out for better sport in volley. I'm about to raid out, so if you wanted to hang out, then I can do that very soon. Basically translated this comic and then started in on the bio of this character, which is from basically a big furry daddy, potentially not safe for work gotcha game on the phone. With the breast milk in a Klein bottle? Yeah. Except you'll never get it. Here's the bio. They're a janitor, actually. As a member of a resort spaceship. He's a man who mostly is in charge of cleaning. Let's see, what's it? Odd Jobs Man? In charge of cleaning. There we go. Suddenly a tiger approaches. Oh no, it's a cute fluffy tiger. Oh, also speaking of tigers, we found out that this game has a lot of daddy characters, and so this one came and I'm like, oh look, it's CW Tiger. As like a wrestler. Maybe an apex predator, but I'm definitely not Mean Girls. I think there was another tiger in here somewhere. I guess sort of counts. Oh yeah. Hyena friend. Yeah, Foxes just conflates I like chubby things and I like tigers, so therefore probably that. This hyena reminds me of Agretsuko and Haida. Son. The character design is very similar. Wasn't there another tiger in here? Snow leopard? Some of these bottoms don't leave much in it. I think these are tops. I think these tops don't leave much to the imagination. Oh yeah, the character I thought most resembled me. Oh look, he even has a crown over here. Alright, we might have to do this one at some point. I know you won't like looking at it as much. Let's... Is that a tiger? Maybe. We all know the real tops of the Twinks packing 12 packs of Pepsi. A lot of sugar, just saying. You like the pink vixen? Yeah, so do I. Snep is a snow leopard. That's right. Spreadsheet's really new to the fandom, so we have to fill them in on all of the abbreviations and slang. Oh yeah, this polar bear too. Also a little bit extra here. That's a tiger. That's a blue tiger. Tubby Wolf from Ramen Wolf and Curry Tiger. Do you recommend that? I've heard of it, I don't think I've ever seen it. Oh, that was it. Yeah. That one. Fine, we'll start to wind up stream. I can just end it on... Oh, that was a lion. Oh, right, the bear. Ao no Tora? Or Aoi Tora? I do recommend it. It's a manga only right now. I hope it gets an anime at some point. Dog is so cute. So this game is called Live a Hero or Live a Hero .jp. So it's a Japanese gacha game. But yeah, Foxes has said there's a lot of E621 art, shall we say, of this. Why is he wearing lederhosen? Sogaku no Goro. So this is like performance plus music. Gacha game with furries one I might try. Yeah, but you might have trouble unless they have an English mode. Why not wear lederhosen? Is he German? Brain spreading my brain, completely except human tigers confused about being blue for a moment. Yeah, there's something weird. It's because he's blue. Okay, there we go. That's why I was getting the cognitive dissonance. Blue. Oh, the bear bard? Yeah, playing some sort of like crystal or bubble accordion. Alright, there we go. We cycled back around to Fox's favorite. Now can you see what Fox's looks like? Just grumpy enough looking? Just letting you know, chat, I am not like this. I am not chunky or grumpy. Well, tell you what, if we want to revisit this, I can keep the page open. We can remember to finish off the last character, and we can start in on this one if you want. I'm not that grumpy. I'm a little bit moody. That's different. Let's see. Where should we raid out to then? Oh, we had a boss where we end up Stream Raiders. And where's Bad Moods? I'm on HRT. Like, moodiness, like, is unfortunately part of the process. While your body's like, whoa, hormones all over the place. I get grumpy when my food variety is too low. You're such a cat, spreadsheet. Like, so much. Gonna chomp the grumpy out of you. Is that a promise or a threat? My whiskers touch the ball. If you actually have a cat spreadsheet, you'll find that you fill a bowl with food, and their triangular muzzle basically eats a hole out of the perfect center. And then as soon as they touch it, they start being like, meow, it's empty. There's no food in this bowl. It's like half an inch deep of food. Cat or food on a flat plate. Uh-huh. Both, says Lance. Got it. Cats will eat from one little corner of the bowl, and when they can see the metal, they yell, "Meow." More food, Human. Make with the food. One yells, one's disappointment. One is the sad cat, one is the grumpy cat. My cat's like that. She'll leave a perfect heart shape in the middle when it comes time feeding her again. So eat the stuff on the sides while you get more. She does. They will eat the stuff on the side only when they're desperate. Otherwise, they'll try to bully you into filling in the hole. Don't read into that. I know some of you are trying to read into that. You shake it so I do that too, because I'm like, I'm not feeding you. Especially when the cat just barfed from eating too fast. I'm like, I'm not filling your bowl up again, you little jerk. Before you go, uh-oh. Yes, Tiger, can I help you? Yes, Tiger? I think you know what's coming. Thank you for the 300 bits, Tiger.
Hey, it's been a minute.
Wait.
Don't forget to drink some water, stretch, and check your posture.
Right.
Your health comes first.
No! I was about to say it shot early, but... Thank you for the 300 bits. Very, very kind of you, Tiger. You don't need to do that, but I appreciate it. It does happen sometimes. Sometimes you're not expecting it, and then boom, right in the face. You're like, that wasn't supposed to happen. Ooh, is somebody actually using the guest star thing properly? I'm tempted to rate them just for that reason. Shop for the whole thing, like, no, I was grumpy because I wasn't ready, and it got me right in the face. You gotta tell me when that's gonna happen, and then I'll be, okay, I'm ready, go ahead. But I wasn't, and I just like So that if it helps, I can offer you sharks. Can I offer you some sharks in this time of need? Yep, the egg meme. As you said, you were... Okay, I did say I was ready, but it's a little hard to be ready for 150 sharks. Even if you think you're ready. Anyone have any suggestions on who we raid out to? Looking through my list. Oh my gosh, Arya's streaming. Not the Arya from my community, another Arya I know. Her legal name is actually Arya. None for you? Okay. Anyone else? Here, let's swoosh away to the garden. No one lower than 20? Can't find anyone? Okay, so if no one has anybody, you know people playing that Helldivers thing? It's all like party games. I see a lot of people playing Phasmophobia, they're playing Helldivers, they're playing Lethal Company, which means it's just going to be a lot of cross chatter. Nearly on my list are channels that you raid into and I think I followed because of there. Gigash is a cool Japanese artist, but they have 30 viewers. I was tempted to raid this channel. It's a squirrel rabbit. Coincidentally has trans color rabbit, but they're actually doing the stream together Twitch thing properly instead of just adding somebody in the title. And they have 10 viewers. Usagi Risu. Very good spreadsheet. Usagi for rabbit, Risu for squirrel. Well, if we can't find anybody else to raid, Mr. Squabbit. I know it's supposed to be squirrel rabbit, but it makes them sound like a squab, which is this type of small game bird. Playing non-party games, seeing Nin the Folk playing Ocarina of Time, Pinky playing Crisis Core, and his Mafia Cookie Pack Dad. Wait. Okay. I'll take a look. Are they, yeah, I was gonna say, are they a little bit chunky? Because when I hear, ooh, has dad in the title, you're playing Honkai Star Rail, specifically with the Bara tag. Is your head kind of in that, basically it's the whole length of that? Alright, we can do that then. I haven't rated there either. Think you all know what you must do? She asked for it. We're still at a good number. So, reminder for stream. Stream's gonna be back to my old time just for Friday because I have work. Work runs late on Friday, so instead of my 3:30-ish stream, it's gonna start probably closer to 8 p.m. Pacific. So it's gonna be significantly later. Sorry for the inconvenience. I have work. Can't not work. But we're gonna raid Cookie Pack Dad. But thank you for the bits from Tiger and Spreadsheet. Radio Rabbit with the raid earlier today. Foxes with some bits. New 6 months from Ikikoroboros. Thank you, thank you. You work Friday? Well, if you have energy. Alright, gotta take off. See y'all Friday. Have a great night, everybody.